2 more months and I can get that distinctly yellow-colored sub-badge.
Two, check. Hello. Hello, two. What is up? Notice anything different about me? Rob the Hitman Rousseau. Exactly, these have super blue light. You had the blue light goggles before, these have super blue light protection. I'm just back from the good old United States of America. I was driving through upstate New York yesterday. Did the 6 hour or so drive back to Montreal. I stopped at a gas station in upstate New York, and I saw these bad boys. I did manage to escape somehow the shithole country of the United Snakes of America. I did manage to escape, but one of my favorite things about America, there are a number of things that I like about America, not things that the government does, many of the people don't agree with me. A lot of stuff about America I do enjoy, though. One of those things is cheap gas station sunglasses. And I saw these at this gas station in upstate New York, like $12. I'd been wanting a pair of these like really over-the-top sunglasses for a while. In fact, I just ordered another one, so I'm going to have another pair of ridiculous sunglasses soon. But one of my things about America that I do enjoy is the selection of cheap gas station sunglasses. And I saw these and I was like, oh boy, I got to pick these up. Oh my goodness. So here we are. Hey, did someone subscribed? Damn. Hold on one sec. Sam Sider. Cursed Sam Sider. Thank you for the 22 months of Tier 1. Only 2 more months I can get that distinctly yellow colored sub badge. I would say it's more golden, but yes. That's right, Sam. Thank you for the resub. About to enter my mullet era. Honestly, I would consider that. That's not something that I think my partner would go for, unfortunately. I think she supports my minor addiction to purchasing cheap sunglasses from gas stations and grocery stores, etc. And I think she thinks that I can pull this kind of stuff off. I think the mullet would be a harder sell. That would be a harder sell. You know? Yes, these aren't hits. These are just, I don't even know if these have like a brand name. They're like Hit Viper knockoffs. Now we're going back to regular. Going back to the regular look. I think they're like Pit Viper knockoffs. I will show you though. I unbelievably, I ordered a pair of ridiculous sunglasses from an ad from TikTok. I'll show you which ones I got. Now I regret it a little bit, now that I just found these ones. Let me see, where's all my windows? So I'm not used to doing this. I'm out of the streamer mindset right now. I don't even know what's going on. China's growing influence making me buy more sunglasses. Exactly. Oh, get rid of that. So I'm going to be here all day, by the way. I do have to do an Insurgents podcast later, and I don't know if I'll stream that. But I will be here until at least 7 p.m. Just FYI. Before I show you my sunglasses. I will be here till at least 7 p.m. It's my only stream this week. I am on vacation. I was just out of the country in the US for the last couple of days since Sunday. I think doing another couple of days tomorrow. Probably going to go see my mom. So, a bunch of family stuff going on. But I have one day here to do the stream. Try to subsidize my family vacation here. As you know, here on Twitch.tv, the fine family of Twitch.tv content creators.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Lennon Smash, thank you so much. Brian, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. As you know, the fine family of Twitch.tv content creators, we don't actually have things like sick or vacation days or any of that fancy stuff. So I'm doing my 1 day here. I'm going to try and do a whole day stream to see if I can make the number go up and try and make sure just that I don't lose too much from taking this time. Just trading the same $5 back and forth. That's right. This is the way the economy works over here. Just like the railroad workers. That's right. That's absolutely right. Streamers must choose between their stream or their families. That's just how it works. It is unfortunately kind of how it works. And in fact, like, I've really tried to, over the last couple of months, make more of an effort to ensure that I'm drawing a line between those things and make sure that I am taking time to spend time with my family and really be present and not get caught up in this like content hamster wheel, which has had, I think, really positive effects. I think I've really enjoyed being able to spend that time with my family a lot more, and I've been really like looking forward to it and having a wonderful time doing that. And I'm trying to kind of balance that with the reality that I do need to try and continue to make a living from doing this stream. So that's it. I thought I would just hang out for the day today. I'm a child worker in the content factory. That's right. The content mines. The content mines, day in and day out. So yeah, I'll be here all day trying to see if I can kind of make it so I don't take too much of a hit from taking this time. I did a lot of fun stuff over the last couple of days. Was staying at this kind of like ranch hotel resort type thing in upstate New York for a couple of nights, in a hotel down in Lake George, just like swimming. My kid loves swimming in hotel pools a lot. That's like probably his favorite activity. He's been talking about going on this vacation for like 3 years. We went to this place we were just at right before, I talked about this on the podcast this week, but right before the pandemic happened, Super Tuesday, 3 years ago, I was staying at this place in upstate New York. Wonderful vacation, but terrible political situation happening at the exact same time. And right before, about a week or two before the pandemic started, the coronavirus pandemic really kicked off. It was about 2 weeks before that night when they canceled the NBA. That night that I was like, oh fuck, there's actually like something serious going on here. Remember? So we were there right before that, and my kid has been asking about going back pretty much periodically throughout the last couple of years, so it was just really nice to bring him back there. Lots of fun stuff to do. The pool, was swimming in the pool with him. There's like an indoor like water slide and stuff he was going on. There's like laser tag, and we got to ride on a pony and tried to go skating. That was less of a success. That was a little bit less of a success. Hadn't skated in about 20 years, and he has never really tried it before. That was maybe a little bit more difficult. Did you use your American accent? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You stop at the gas station whenever, just like, yeah, I got a 20 regular. Yeah. That's how every single person in America speaks. You cross the border, that's how they start to speak. Yeah. And so it was just nice. He had an amazing time, and just, it's always nice as a parent. Like, a vacation for me, if it was up to me, I would just like probably stay at home for a week and sleep in and order takeout and lie in a bed all day. That's probably what I would decide to do. But when you have kids, it is really
you can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
How convenient, Rob. I've planned a March break stream watch-a-thon.
Oh, Progressive Canuck, thank you for the 19 months tier 1. I'm happy to hear that. I'm going to be here all day, mostly.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you
Look
through
at that,
all
an
this.
entire year from Praxid. Praxid is G. 12 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Praxid.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We got a year-long
Gestation
resub
complete.
and a stream baby with JW Grimy. Thank you for the 9 months of Prime, JW. A lot of poorly pronounced words with blah in between random words. That's right. Yeah. I think my understanding, like that accent, like that farcical American persona that I do, I think what it is that scene in The Simpsons with Elvis when he shoots his TV. When Elvis shoots his TV on The Simpsons. Ah, the show ain't no good. Ah. That's pretty much my understanding of America and American culture right there. But you know what I mean? Like, if it was just up to me, that's what a vacation would be. I would order delivery every night. I would watch TV and stay in bed and sleep in until like 9 or 10 in the morning. You know? That's pretty much all I would do. But when you have kids, it really is special to see them in that kind of element and enjoying themselves and being able to give that to them, especially with the world being a fucked up place. You know, it's nice. It's just nice. And again, like I said, it is really, I think, a lesson that I've had to learn that I do need to like unplug from this stream.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob
like,
to talk you through all this.
Welcome back to the grind. Rib TRRS Sankara.
Thank you, Cauldron, for the 3 months of Tier 1. Not quite back on the grind yet. Monday, I will be back doing the stream full time for the foreseeable future. We got today. It's STREAMATHON, a TRRS STREAMATHON today. The minute you cross the border into upstate New York, it's Elvi all the way down. That's right. That's my understanding of America. But that's what I mean. It's just like, it's something that I've had to learn. The fact that it is really important to, even whether you're on this content grind or not, to just take time physically and mentally to do that, to spend time with the people that are closest to you. And, you know, it's incredibly vital. It's incredibly vital. And it's very easy to, I mean, not even everyone has that luxury. And I'm very fortunate to even have that luxury to be able to do that. Which I know is not available to everyone. So just trying to make sure that I do take time to actually focus on that. It's one thing I think over the last 2 years I was not doing. But it was nice. It was a really nice vacation. And tomorrow I'm going to go see my mom. Good stuff. Hey Lana, what's up? Anyway. These are the new sunglasses. I showed you my cheap gas station sunglasses that I got. Lana, I can show you as well if you want. If there's any new viewers just tuned in. Just picked up these bad boys. But before I even found these ones, I really love glasses. Sunglasses and glasses. They are quite macho, man. They're a little Bret Hart. I also just picked up these ones. And again, I bought these from a TikTok ad. This is all messed up. How do I do this here? Reset, transform. Yeah, I did just get these bad boys here as well. Waiting for these to come in the mail. What do we think of these? Yeah, it's my cyberpunk arc. That's right. Those are goddamn incredible. Thank you, Progressive Canuck. Thank you. Lots of stuff to do today. You know what I think? Like, this is kind of funny, but I think I might actually shave. I'm still in vacation mindset. I didn't really shave before doing this. Now I feel like I need to like adjust it. I'm looking at myself in the camera and it's kind of bothering me. The square ones, I worry, may look like 3D glasses. Here's another ankle. These are quite Macho Man as well, I find. I'm on island time mentally, that's right. I don't have a big neck tattoo to go with it, but it's my No Fear arc. I remember when No Fear was a big brand. I remember that. Never too late for a neck tattoo. I've gone almost 40 years, and I survived like actually time in the music business, working with all kinds of people that own all kinds of tattoos. And I still do not have a single tattoo. And I don't really see that changing. I think I'm going... What would you even call that? What is there a name for it? I'm going tattoo-less. The Cody Hideous flag tattoo, but it's the DPRK flag. That would be one thing that would make me consider it. You know, it would be hard to get a really huge DPRK neck tattoo, but like just as a bit though, that would be unimpeachable. The Cody's neck tattoo is so bad. Honestly, I support Cody's WWE run. I'm invested in the Cody versus Roman storyline. I thought their promo on SmackDown a couple weeks ago was just fantastic. I loved it a lot. The neck tattoo is just so bad, though. It is awful. Yeah, if I had some kind of like a Rob Rousseau logo, like not even the DPRK flag, but some kind of like a TRRS or Rob Rousseau logo with the DPRK like characteristics, that would be good. Or like this skull. I could get this skull, this skull with the hammer and sickle on the hat tattooed on me. I've always liked this design. I'm not a graphic designer by any means, but I designed this, and I've always really liked it. I was always kind of proud of myself. I just did that on my phone. Maybe if you are a graphic designer, you're probably like, well, that sucks. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my design that I did. I have a skeleton drinking a beverage on the beach while a nuke goes off in the background plan, thinking he should be drinking a Monster Energy drink, but I don't know. That sounds pretty cool. That does sound pretty cool. And I don't know, even that, like, it's funny the Monster Energy drink thing is because it's like, you know, it's a product that I know you enjoy, Marty, but it's also kind of like a satirical comment on consumer culture. It can be both, right? That's what a lot of my energy drink obsession is. They're products that I genuinely enjoy. I genuinely enjoy consuming them and talking about them. It's also a kind of little satire, satirical comment on the way, you know, political content and advertising is intertwined. So if I would say if you want to go for that, you could got a built-in excuse. I want to get the AJW slogan, victory through guts tattooed somewhere. That sounds pretty badass. Rob, if someone tells you it sucks, you tell me, you suck, sir. I do enjoy having my TRRS like DPRK themed merch now. I was walking around America for the last 3 or 4 days wearing pro DPRK imagery. I like that design that Old Dutch did. Again, major shout out to Old Dutch. You did an absolutely incredible design on this. But it's subtle enough that you can get away with it. but it's nice to feel. It feels genuinely kind of subversive, frankly. You walk around supporting with positively supporting DPRK imagery. I love it too, Brian. Lady, we're getting ads for Panda Express. I wish I was getting a cut of that. That'd be nice. The average American has no idea what DPRK imagery is anyway. That is true. There is the flag on there. They might recognize the flag. They would at least know that it's one of the bad flags. You know, I don't expect the average person who's not like either deeply invested in either imperialism or socialism or weird niche internet communities like this to know where the Ryugyong Hotel is or what Juche is. That's one. That's how you can get away with it. It's cool. Average American thinks everyone in DPRK has the same haircut. It doesn't have a word for rainbow because Kim Jong-un banned colors. Very distressing. I don't believe any of that stuff is true, but if Kim Jong-un did decide that was banned, then I would have to at least, like, you know, hear them out. I would want to hear out the reasoning for why they did it. That's all. Hello, G Cluppy. Sweeties and goobers. Hello to G Cluppy. We won't be naming names, but who counts as a sweetie and who counts as a goober? I think we all know. We all know, though, who belongs in each category, right? We don't need to get into it. Don't know what DPRK is, but North Korea is where that scary tyrant who's threatening us lives. I mean, I had saved stuff to actually talk about this because I think it's interesting. Like, they just did these military exercises in the Korean Peninsula with the nuclear-equipped it was the B-52 bomber? I don't know the fucking names of the aircraft. But it's like they're doing military exercises on the border, as they do every year, with their planes, which are capable of dropping nuclear weapons. And they celebrate that. And simultaneously, when DPRK tests a missile or does anything in response whatsoever, we say, "Ah, ah." Look at these monsters, these aggressive monsters. It's pretty silly. We can get into that. I have a saved post about that. Maybe we can just chit chat a little bit more, though. We don't need to rush into any serious commentary here. We don't need to rush into any serious commentary. It's 1:37. I'm going to be here till at least 7 p.m. So we got time. We got time to get into important discussions. Taking you all to the gym. All right, very good. Think you're giving us Americans too much credit. I'm considered smart here, and I am dumb as fuck. You're not dumb as fuck, Brian. I mean, some of the smartest, most educated people are these evil monsters working in these think tanks or journalists or in the government. In terms of like education, you know, I'm dumb as fuck too. I'm basically a failed musician who has a radio program now, essentially, you know. Yet here I am. Here we all are having important discussions with one another about important geopolitical affairs and learning and growing together. Who is dumb as fuck and who is smart? Is it the people in this community? Or is it the people that go to like Harvard and Yale or what have you? Any of that stuff. Or the other ones. Cornell. I don't know. We all know. We all know the schools. We don't need to name them all. We don't need to name them all. I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh. Oh man. Cheese. I'm happy you're here, Cheese. I think if someone can be a Rush Limbaugh fan and then eventually years later find their way to this show, you know, that makes me think that there's no one that's beyond salvaging. Do I remember when he died? I sure do. I sure do. I sure do remember. Sorry for that. One sec. We're going to have to give it up for Rush Limbaugh here. Listen, you might not agree with him. You might not agree with the things he had to say. You might not agree with his politics. Maybe he might have ruffled a few feathers here and there. Sorry, I don't know how to stop this video from playing. I don't know how this came on. We should be respectful about this. Sorry, I can't. How do you turn this off? I got it. I'm sorry, it's just I'm seeing a lot of people kind of laughing, making fun like this guy had a family. Many people were very influenced by the things that he said throughout his career. I can't turn this off. I don't know what I did to... Just try and ignore this because I'm really trying to... You know, it's important that we show respect to people when they... this is so unfortunate. I'm really sorry. The keyboard, I'm getting some kind of, it's a Bluetooth keyboard and it doesn't seem to be transmitting the signals correctly the way I wanted, the way I'm trying to here. I'm so sorry. If you're in Rush Limbaugh's family, if you're one of his fans, believe I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm gonna stop this video any minute now. It's just I've got some kind of I'm having some kind of a computer issue. An early moment. This is an early viral moment of this stream. You know, we shouldn't be celebrating. You know, we were reading the words from Castro on Monday when Castro was talking about JFK, and he said we celebrate the death of systems, not people. Okay, we can see that people, each individual has good within them. This is so... I'm so sorry. I'm gonna stop. Oh, classic. A classic TRRS moment. A classic TRRS moment that we all remember. I wonder, there could be news today. There could be comparable news this very day, folks. We don't know. We don't want to jinx anything. We don't want to... You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob, that was totally inappropriate. Also, it resubbed and I just can't turn it off. Sorry about that.
Pathogen, thank you for the 10 months, tier 1. And I'm sorry to have offended you with the video. Fuck, my music's been going this whole time. I always forget about that. Damn it. I'm sorry to have offended you, Pathogen, but I understand sometimes that I know you wouldn't have resubbed if you weren't forced to by the Twitch website breaking, so I'm sorry that happened to you. There's no refunds, unfortunately, on those. But I do apologize. My wife alerted me of the Mitch McConnell news, and I said he's probably dead, but he'd have to deal with him for another 6 months, pickled and reanimated with the tears of child laborers like the Queen. We don't know. Again, we don't want to jinx it. We could get important news about important American lawmaker Mitch McConnell today. So perhaps we'll have a repeat of that classic moment. There's lots of stuff to watch as well. I got plenty of stuff to get into today.
Talk you through all this.
I have been subbed for 24 months and don't know how to turn it off. Please send help. TRRS Kim, TRRS Kim, TRRS Kim.
Moist Outlets, thank you for the 24 months of Tier 1. And congratulations to you for the brand new, highly elite, highly exclusive, golden TRRS sub badge, 2-year sub badge. There's a new member of the Golden Badge Club, as they're known. The elite of the elite, the 1% of the 1%. Johnny, I'm not going to read your comment out loud because it's very inflammatory and inappropriate, but I respect your right to say
talk you through all this.
Thank you, Top Scruffy, for the 23 months Tier 1. 1 month away. 1 month away from the 24-month sub badge. And remember, folks, if you're a new viewer, if you're a lurker, and you look down and you say, look at my pathetic, I've got no sub flare, I don't have any sub badge, let alone the elite exclusive 24-month sub badge. Well, the first step to attaining that highly exclusive, highly elite sub badge.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Only 3 months until I'm showered with a golden badge.
DRP, thank you for the 21-month resub at Tier 2. Thank you, DRP. You're very close to the elite exclusive golden badge as well. But as I said, it's got to be 1 month at a time. 1 month at a time. If you want the golden badge, that's how you get it. By taking that first step. And if you subscribe today, then on March 9th, 2025, which is that's barely any time at all in the grand scheme of things. In the grand scheme of
count on
life,
me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The lifetime of the planet, it's barely anything at all. Thank you very much, Marty, for the gifted sub to our friend Carnoba. It's practically tomorrow. Brian's getting his badge December 13th, 2024. The countdown is on. Little Christmas present, that's right. So, I just want Carnova to not miss another day closer to the yellow badge. That's right. That's right. And Marty, dangerously close as well. Tantalizingly close. Achingly close to the highly elite, highly exclusive 24-month TRRS sub badge. Hard to believe next month will be a whole year with the TRRS Friendship Triangle, and I cherish every moment, as do we, Johnny. We're happy to have you in the community. And I will come on your stream very soon. An elite streamer in his own right, Johnny, aka Subversive History. Does maple syrup pair well with poutine? I mean, I wouldn't I wouldn't like just add maple syrup to a poutine, but like if you have like a breakfast poutine and maybe with maybe like pancakes or crepes or something else that requires maple syrup and a little bit mixes together, it is nice. It does technically mix. I wouldn't like put maple syrup on a poutine, but if you eat it alongside another item that has
count on me.
maple syrup in it,
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Baby steps to that first year.
it's very nice. Thank you, Horheezy. Thank you for this what a stream baby from Horheezy as well. Thank you for the 9 months of tier 1. Thank you. La Claudetta's a boss maple poutine. That does sound nice. And yeah, that would be like a special treat for me. That's not an everyday
good old
poutine.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Poutine is wonderful, but I don't think any poutine should be an everyday poutine. But that seems like it would be a nice treat. I think certain situations probably, like maybe a late night after the bar, maple poutine, that would be good. The idea of a breakfast poutine is intriguing. I highly recommend it. I'm trying to remember the name of the random diner where I would have to often get that. It was where I would like the place where I would get the tires changed on my car. There was a little diner there, and whenever I went there, I would treat myself to a little breakfast poutine. Poutine is just disco fries. Johnny, no. It's not just disco fries.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Catalepsy Kills, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Thank you, I appreciate it. I think disco fries have shredded cheese, which that's fine. Like French fries and gravy and shredded cheese is a totally nice little snack. You know, it's very enjoyable, but it's not poutine though. Okay, it's not. This is just New Jersey culture repackaged for Francophones? No, New Jersey culture is Francophone culture repackaged for Americans. We started that, okay? That's our thing. That's our thing. That's not yours. That's not your culture. That's our culture. Poutine is really one of the only genuine pillars of Canadian identity, but since it's really Quebecois, it's just further evidence that Canada is fake. Absolutely. Absolutely. Has anyone ever tried a pizza poutine style gravy instead of sauce? Pick your toppings and a good amount helping of cheese curds. Call it the parademic. Oh my goodness. Dimitrios.
Thanks for your evolutionary analysis.
Dimitrios, thank you very much for the $50. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. The way you pronounce poutine literally sounds like something obscene, even to the point of you hushing it so your neighbors don't hear you say it. It's just that's how it's pronounced. All right. That's how it's pronounced. Do you know what I had when I was in the States was biscuits and gravy, biscuits and sausage gravy. I don't have that often. That's not really a thing that's like a common Canadian thing that you can get in diners or whatever. So I had biscuits and sausage gravy at a hotel in Lake George a few days ago. That was very nice. That's very good. You gotta have the squeaky curds, Clueless. They gotta squeak. If that's that classic saying, if the cheese doesn't squeak, then it's not a poutine and you're a freak. Is what we all Canadians know this. We all remember growing up and chanting that on the schoolyards. And it remains true. It remains true. It was white gravy, yes. Yeah, it's not poutine without the squeaky cheese. If the curds do not squeak, then your poutine is weak. That probably makes more sense as a saying, Clueless. Yes. Nevertheless, though, it's not that, though. It was the one that I said before, which I didn't just make up now, you know? That's just... That's the way it goes, even though yours is maybe a bit more concise. It's curds, so can I put cottage cheese on my fries instead? You know what? That would probably taste okay. Maybe not with gravy. I don't know about that. I would try it. But no, the squeaky curds, though, is different than cottage cheese. So what the fuck is poutine? Just disco fries with paneer. First, you have to stop getting this disco fry slander out of there. By the way, 1 minute left in this level 3 hype train, folks. Remember, it's the only stream of this entire week. It's the only stream of this entire week. So if you ever want to subscribe to TRRS, now's the time to do it. We can still, in 40 seconds, get to level 4 if we really put our minds to it. I'm just pointing that out there. Anyways, so yeah, it's French fries, gravy with cheese curds. Paneer are two different things. Yeah, it's two different things. Do you live in Montreal? Did you just walk to New York? No, he did not walk to New York. We did not walk. We drove our car. It was a kind of a family road trip kind of a thing. Would have been nice to take the train if we had rail infrastructure that allowed us to do that. Cheaper than it costs to purchase gas to drive a car. I would probably prefer to take the train, but not an option. TRRS is not a welcome space for the poutine revisionist. No, it isn't. My copy of Black Shirts and Reds came in. That's great. That's an absolutely essential text. You can see it behind me. Or no, you can't. You can't see it behind me. What, is Rob a Black Shirts and Reds poser? He's saying he needs to read the book and doesn't have it. Well, guess what, asshole? It's right here. It's right here in front of me. I keep it right next to my desk for that exact reason. To silence the haters and doubters. 96 viewers. Be careful what book you yank out. Exactly. You never know in this website. You never know. You don't want to upset any delicate sensibilities. Not that that's what happened. And of course, we appreciate all our Twitch mods and management and admins that stop by. We appreciate them all. And we love them. And this is obviously just wholesome, family-friendly entertainment over here. I'm afraid of eating gas station cheese after hearing a story of a guy who got botulism from truck stop queso. My thing that I always get at truck stops and gas stations is jerky. No, Dimitri, I should get a book by Dr. Horn, and I'm going to continue to pursue my goal of getting him on the program this year as well, but partially because of your recommendation. I'm a big jerky fan, though. I'm a jerky boy. Although I did get some kind of disappointing jerky yesterday at the gas station I stopped in on the way back to Montreal. I like the sweet and hot. The sweet and spicy. That's my favorite kind. It's a great gas station. That's a great, like, cheese curd in a bag, some jerky, a diet soda, maybe one of the ones from the fountain things where you do the mixing, the cherry diet Pepsi or whatever in the styrofoam cup. cheese curd, jerky, maybe some kind of chip. That's a great gas station. And then you'd want something sweet to balance that out as well. Some like sour or cherry blasters or Swedish berries. Something like that. That's a great gas station snack selection. Skittles. I'm not a regular Skittles purchaser. I wouldn't say no to some Skittles though. When I first tuned into the stream today, I would have thought Rob was more of a Slim Jim guy. I mean, I enjoy a Slim Jim or just any of those kind of. I enjoy those munching on those meat sticks. Whatever brand it is, Slim Jim or whatever, I enjoy it. I'm more of a jerky fan now. I'm just making myself hungry. One version, the version of that idea that you should not go grocery shopping when you are hungry. I think when you stream and hungry as well, you start talking about gas station snacks. Now I just want to get a bunch of like junk food and eat it. I love the shitty Don Miguel gas station taquitos. We just don't have a lot, like the whole fresh food at a gas station phenomenon. I know it's part of it, and there's sometimes little like fast food restaurants and gas stations, but like it's not as much of a thing here. R.I.P. Macho Man as well. Those Slim Jim commercials did rock. Yes, they did. I've heard a lot about like getting good like fried chicken at gas stations in America. Like I've never. Yeah, we have the en routes and things like that. It's not the same thing. That's kind of not what I'm referring to. You know what I mean? Like the gas station fried chicken or whatever, which some people rave about, or the taquitos or that kind of stuff. There is like in Quebec, there's a chain of like convenience stores called Couche-Tard. And at the one near where I live, they do have this display that they renovated over the last like year or so, and now they have a display where they're apparently going to have pizza and hot dogs and stuff, but like the stuff has been sitting there for like 8 months and they've yet to like actually fill it. There's still like they've had this pizza thing for like probably 8-9 months, and I've never once seen a piece of pizza in there. Never. The QT by us has great brisket breakfast tacos. That sounds wonderful. I don't eat brisket much. I had some brisket a few days ago in New York, and it was fucking great. It was really good. This ranch. What Quebec has that levels it up is the Casse Croûte, which is our version of the greasy local diner. For sure, there's a lot of great ones in Quebec and in Montreal specifically. Yeah, I love that shit. You go into any one of those places and get a breakfast poutine, and it's going to be fantastic. Goddamn Brandon and the supply chain issues keeping our gas station pizzas from us. This is the future that liberals want. Makes me sick. You should always go to the diner when you're drunk and not a gas station. You know what I would like to see in Canada? A chain that I would love to see in Canada is Waffle House. Is Tim Hortons actually decent? It's very overrated, and it's almost kind of insidious the way Tim Hortons has become part of like Canadian identity. It's just this it's this B tier fast food, which is owned by not even a Canadian company. It's become like part of our whole like fake national identity though. However, even though it's overrated and it's like almost actively evil, I do often get the farmer's wrap, like the morning. It's called the farmer's wrap which is it with the coffee, and it comes with either a hash brown or a donut. And the wrap has a hash brown in it, and it's got like a sauce. I liked getting it with the Impossible or the Beyond Meat, but they keep bringing it. They keep bringing the Beyond Meat version and then discontinuing it. It's happened like 3 times now. I like getting the Beyond Meat when they have it. Otherwise, you get the sausage patty, the egg. It comes with the hash brown in the wrap, and kind of like a spicy mayo kind of topping. And I get it pretty often. It's a very good breakfast. It's a very Tim Hortons is overrated, but it's a very solid breakfast. Just go to a real diner. Yeah, well, that's true, Sinchel, but it's like sometimes it's like I just want to go to I don't have a lot of time and I just want to go through a drive-thru. I just want to go get in my car because I'm a sicko. I'm a sick, depraved Western culture consumer. I get in my car and I drive down to the Tim Hortons and I go through the drive-thru and I get my coffee and my farmer's wrap. And I consume it either in my car or I bring it home and consume it there. Not much can stand to the power of American East Coast convenience stores, Quick Check, and Wawa's in Philly. I would love to just do a whole tour of American... I talked about my understanding of American culture being that scene in The Simpsons when Elvis shoots the TV, but just touring and visiting all these different regional convenience store chains would be, I think, really interesting there as well.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
P.
D's Fabs, thank you very much for the 2 months of Tier 1. And congratulations to D's Fabs for your also elite and exclusive 2-month sub badge, which is different from the 1 month. Anyway, God, I'm hungry now. I really want one of those farmer's wraps from Tim Hortons now. This is very unfortunate. I'm gonna have to do something about this. I have a ramen. I have a couple things to eat here, but now I think I need to get some kind of delivery thing. 'Cause now I'm getting very hungry. What has this been, like 30 minutes now of talking about poutine and convenience store snacks and Tim Hortons brisket, Waffle House. If I don't eat something soon, this is what the whole stream is going to be. We're just going to talk about this the entire day. For the next 6 hours, we're going to talk about this. You're in the Europe of Canada. I have to imagine there's better food than Timmy Ho's in Montreal. Of course there is. Of course there is. Absolutely. But I mean, sometimes you just need to go in your car and go through a drive-thru and get something that's... You're getting a lower quality food because of the convenience factor. You know? And I find it's good enough to justify making that arrangement. Sometimes you want to eat some garbage. It's true. Like you're absolutely right. Montreal, literally one of the best food cities. Quite literally one of the best food cities in the world. And sometimes I just need to eat a bunch of garbage in my car and kind of feel good about myself while it's happening and feeling bad afterwards. Okay, that's part of the experience. It is made to crave, absolutely. They put an addictive chemical in your chicken to make you crave it fortnightly, smart arse. Yep. Nothing like sitting alone in your car eating a Dave's Double. Maybe you got some tunes. Terrific. I distinctly remember, I think I did a tweet about this a couple months ago. I distinctly remember I was sitting in my car a couple months ago, I think before going to the grocery store, and was listening to Boz Scaggs in my car while eating an A&W cheeseburger. And I was just like, you know what? This rocks. I was like, I just feel great right now. I'm listening to Boz Scaggs Lowdown, and I'm eating this matzo burger from A&W or whatever it is. And I was like, this is nice. This is nice. Katie lied on repeat. That's a good one too, obviously. A&W is my favorite fast food. It is really good. Stick. Are you in Canada or the US, Stick? Because I think A&W is different in America. I think A&W is like kind of a different menu, different vibe in America. Is that right? BC boy. Okay. I think in America A&W is like more hot dogs. Is that true? How would we know? That's a good question. Well, I think the hot dog question would address it a little bit. I think someone mentioned that in America it was more of a hot dog stand thing. Tipping my burger to the person eating next to me, eating alone in their car. There's nothing like it. If I could do, I don't have the technology to do a mobile stream, I don't think. If I did, though, I mean, I know there's a way to do it, but I don't think I want to figure it out right now. If I did, I would turn on streaming from my phone right now. I would go down to my car and go to a drive-thru and eat a drive-thru meal in my car while streaming at the same time. That would be fun, wouldn't it? That'd be fun. They sell guns and hamburgers. Yeah. Yeah. Do Sonics? Don't have Sonics here. That's one of the American establishments that I would like to frequent more if I could, but we don't have it here. A succulent drive-thru meal. I would really... Sonic seems to me to be really cool because of the variety of different sodas and beverages and like milkshakes and stuff you can get. Is that true? I don't think I've ever been to a Sonic's, but I do understand that, like, no, we don't have any roller skate service, unfortunately. I do understand that there's a whole kind of selection of different sodas and mixes and combos you can get of the beverages. Sonic. Okay. I was responding to someone from up there. Johnny said Sonic's. Cherry limeade. Oh, man. Rob's determined to tour the U.S. and sample all of our most iconic mid-tier establishments. That would be great. That would be great content. Drinks are great at Sonic, but I hate the food there. Okay. I would genuinely love to one day go on some kind of a road trip through America while meeting random weirdos that hang out in this community and eating mid-tier fast food and convenience store food. And I could do a whole like 10 or 12 hour series on that. I think that would be great content. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but it's one of those dream projects that one day I would love to do. Vanilla Dr. Pepper and Sonic cheese fries. Ate that after school almost every day. That sounds pretty good. I would want diet variations though. That would be a stickler point for me. Although I guess one time I could have a full sugar vanilla Dr. Pepper. I'm sure that would be really good. Rob walking into McDonald's buying meals for firefighters announcing, I bet I know this meal better than you do. Everybody applauds. Wouldn't that be nice to be that kind of like a level of notoriety? You could just waltz into McDonald's and everyone's just like, hey, it's this guy. We love this guy. He likes McDonald's just like us. I'm sure you could get a pretty sweet sponsorship from Tums for the tour. Fuck, that's just, that cut deep just now, Squatch. I know that wasn't your intention, but like, God, it's one thing. Squatch, also very close to the 24-month sub badge. It's one thing about getting older. I'm starting to have such a fucking hard time with the indigestion, and as I'm sitting here talking about all the trashy food that I love to eat, I'm starting to have such a hard time with like heartburn and stuff and indigestion. I'm so fucking old. It's just depressing. Folks, it's so depressing. It's the worst. It is the absolute worst. And yet I still love all the things that physically are destroying me. It's physically killing me. It's physically destroying my body, and I still just continue to do it. I still just continue to do it. I don't know why. That's a dialectic, I think. Just eat one leaf. I'm one of those old guys that's downing Pepto-Bismol. There's that scene in the Scorsese Cape Fear film where like the hard-boiled private detective, he makes himself like a drink with Pepto-Bismol. I'm going to become one of those guys. Those hard-boiled old dudes. Mixing in the Pepto with the coffee. I'll still drink that garbage. That's right. I'll be 40 in 2 weeks. There are Tums containers in multiple strategic locations around my home. I fucking love that so many people in this community are in that same stage of physical and mental development. Very funny to me. We just all know to congregate here. I have occasional issues too, but in my defense, I don't have a gallbladder anymore. Oh my goodness. Lana's just too powerful. Lana just woke up one day and decided that she didn't need to have a gallbladder anymore. And just reached in and just took it out. Like one of those like those like healing doctors that reach into the guts and have all the squishy guts around and stuff. That's what Lana did. And if it tried to kill you, that's all the more reason to do it. Debts had to be paid, that's right. Just regurgitate stomach acid and swallow it mid-sentence. God. Man. It's such a weird dichotomy because on one hand, I had a patient once with undiagnosed GERD. What's GERD or GERD? What does that stand for? I just managed by eating Tums and Rolaids all day, then all the extra calcium became kidney stones. That sounds both extremely unpleasant and something that will most likely happen to me. Gastroesophageal reflux disease. Maybe I have that. GERD is the thing where a demon is constantly trying to escape from your stomach. I think I might have that. It sucks. I'll tell you that much. It's not cool. Squatch has the demon. I'm just falling apart, folks. We're all just falling apart. Ask for pantoprazole. The medicine helps a ton. Okay, I'll remember that. That is the prescription of genuine doctor, only facts, who is qualified to give subscriptions. GERD is the new level in the friendship triangle. God, we do. It fucking sucks to be trapped in a decaying meat prison, doesn't it? We don't talk about this enough, I don't think. How we're all just like floating brains trapped in a decaying meat prison. Man, what a cruel joke that is. What a cruel joke. I wouldn't mind it too much if it was a cool place to be in a meat prison. Well, that's another cruel joke as well. It's like, not only are you a floating brain trapped in a decaying meat prison, but it's like you have to go to work every day. It's like literally until you're an old person. And then it's like, well, you're free from having to work. You can just enjoy your meat prison even as much as you want now. And it's like, but now it's super messed up. Now it's super messed up. Do you know how much it's decayed now? Man, what a sick society this is. What a sick joke. The corporeal form is overrated, isn't it? We do need to transcend this. And I'm sure, like, with what we're seeing with the advances in AI and the amount of stuff that I've put onto the internet, both with my voice and video and writing, I'm sure eventually there will be, probably in the next, 5-10 years, there will be some like reasonable Rob AI facsimile. That's the new Rob that y'all have been clamoring for. There's going to be an AI Rob eventually that's going to take all my commentary and all my writing that I've done and everything that I've ever said and compile it into this like amalgamation, like in Blade Runner, or sorry, no, like in Neuromancer. But it's not going to be the same thing though. I'm going to be gone once that takes over. The only AI I respect is Allen Iverson. Absolutely. A big AI head as well. Only facts. The Construct. Exactly. Yeah. There's going to be a Rob Construct probably hosting this show eventually. Eventually you're all going to migrate to the new... That's going to be the new Rob. The Rob Construct is going to be hosting a rival show. You're going to migrate over there. And I'm going to be like, well, what? I'm the real thing. Like, why do you want to go to that? And you're going to be like, well, the Construct is making a lot of good points. It was like, great. Just put my brain inside a robot already. That's it. It's like if I could actually transfer my consciousness, I would do that in a heartbeat. But it's your consciousness is going to blink out of existence, and then this fake is going to take its place. An AI Rob that has been hijacked just constantly shills for NATO. That's right. I'm sure that's going to be eventually what these governments are going to have the power to do. They'll get rid of me, and they'll put that up. And I'll be like, I'll be just talking about how much I love the EU and NATO and all that stuff. AI Rob has some great points. I don't know though, because then if you become immortal, I don't know if I want consciousness forever either, dog. I don't think I do either. Clueless. Maybe you just get a point, you can just like...
You can count on me, you're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Gently used meat prison Rob.
Thank you, Effusive Stoic. Thank you for the 16 months. It would be nice just to have the option to go as long as you want, and then eventually just be like, alright, I think I'm good. Wouldn't that be kind of nice? Meat Rob versus Construct Rob in a cage match. There we go. That's good content. I already forgot if I said thank you to you, Effusive Stoic. I already literally forgot if I said that. But thank you for the 16 months tier 1. Rapidly approaching the "we're done here" era. It's another way that Children of Men was like eerily prophetic as well. The Quietus ads in Children of Men. Get ready to start seeing a lot more of that. Now that MAID and stuff is being normalized, once Big Pharma gets involved, you're going to start seeing the ads on TV for the opt-out pill. with all the different like tropes that you know from like advertising for pharmaceutical products. The smiling woman taking a hike and stuff. When you're ready to say goodbye to your decaying meat prison, you know? That kind of a thing. They're doing the whole side effect. It's not even the side effects. Because the whole point of the drug is to like no longer be alive. The possible side effects may include continuing to stay alive. Like it's the opposite of the way that they normally talk about these side effects in those ads. Continued existence in your corporeal form. You come home from a hard day of work like Blade Runner 24/9, but its hologram Rob has just prepared you some poutine and a Diet Coke for dinner. That actually sounds kind of nice. It's got to be a subscription-based service, though, okay? So you're not going to get that for free. I mean, that's like Lana says, you know what, I'm going to stop assuming that capitalism is going to last long enough for any of this to come to fruition. Talk about the whole stuff about going to work. That's one of the most disturbing things about Children of Men, right? Is that the world is coming to an end and humanity is dying and they're still going to work. They're still just going about their lives. That's, I think, the most scary thing of the whole film. This guy's still going to his job as a bureaucrat every single day. AI Rob versus Mega Goose.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thank you very much for the 3 subs. Thank you, Diego. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry to surprise you with the stream. I was a little unclear about when I was going to be streaming this week. Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Lana. Baby Diego in the chat. That's right. That's right. Okay, I do have to get something to eat. I really do. You really should see Children of Men. It's absolutely, I would say it's essential viewing, actually. So, I mean, incredibly prophetic. We're already seeing a lot of the kind of eerie visions of Children of Men coming to fruition, just from a filmmaking standpoint as well. Absolutely unbelievable. Pretty much on every level. Definitely something you should see. In terms of the sort of message that it's getting across, and the way that the way that it kind of like the future, the nightmare future that it envisions for us, which we're seeing beginning to come to fruition now. And just on a technical standpoint as well. Fucking fantastic. You know what else? You know what other movie is going to be released on home video soon is Avatar, The Way of Water. And I'm sorry, but we're going to have to... I want to do Total Recall. Obviously, we're going to have to do Avatar, Way of Water. A movie night, though. At some point. At some point soon. We're going to have to throw that in there. I also love that they're both aging radicals from the late 90s anti-globalization era. Well, the whole Iraq war as well, too. Like there's allusions to the Iraq war protests as well. Which Discord does the movie night happen? That is in the TRRS Discord. We're going to have to do that. We're going to have to watch Avatar: The Way of Water. Check out the Red Detachment of Women if you want to feel hopeful. It's on YouTube with subs. That sounds interesting. I will do that. I've only been coming here since Rob last had Jack Allison on to talk Avatar. And I think Avatar has come up on every stream I've tuned into. It does come up often. It was even worse on my podcast. It was like on the Insurgents podcast, where apparently every single guest that comes on, no one has any interest in seeing this film or wants to see it or thinks that it's good. Fucking bizarre. I've had some heated, contentious conversations on the podcast about Avatar: The Way of Water. And I think we're doing a movie themed podcast tonight, so it's probably going to come up again as well. I agree that there's too many Avatar haters, man. I agree. In fact, someone was saying, it's like someone from the Insurgents audience was saying, like, oh, you should do an Avatar movie night. And it's like, I can't do an Avatar movie night if there's going to be snarky comments from the peanut gallery and the Avatar haters. I'm not going to be able to handle it. I'm going to start getting frustrated. And I'm not going to enjoy my experience watching this film. I will watch it with some open-minded Avatar enjoyers who want to be transported to a completely different world. And experience a wonderful story about violently overthrowing settler colonialism and resource extractive fascistic capitalism. I saw the first Avatar like 4 times in theaters. I definitely saw it 3 times. I think I actually went to see it the 4th time, and then it for some reason I wasn't able to. So like Dances with Wolves, it would be more like Dances with Wolves if Dances with Wolves ended with like American soldiers and American like settlers just being massacred by the hundreds violently. It's like with libs on policy. The most annoying part is how sure they are of their lousy takes. Matt, you get me. You get me. No, thank you, Relic. I know you're an Avatar supporter as well. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Anyway, that'll be a good movie night. That'll be very good stuff. Eventually, now, I've been going an hour and a half here. Eventually, I will get to something like meaningful. Some kind of meaningful discussion. Eventually, we will get to that. There's a bunch of stuff to watch, too. There's some breakthrough news clips to watch. There's that Vincent Bevins interview with Abby Martin. I was planning on watching either one or both of those. I think first things first, I gotta get some kind of food situation here. I don't think my ramen is gonna cut it. I'm gonna have to order some kind of food situation. Because I'm not gonna be able to stop thinking about food. Maybe go lick some raw eggs to get that by. To get you by. Well, if I got nutritional value from that,
you can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob
Marty,
to talk you through all this.
But I don't get nutritional value. I just get
The rules-based international
value.
order demands of you to sub to Rob and to like Avatar.
Thank you, Relic. Thank you for the 1 entire year of Prime, Relic. I appreciate that. Just 1 second. I'm going to figure out my food situation, and then we will move on from this, okay?
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Dan, thank you for the raid. I, Dan Simpson, Raiders, get in here. Get in, Raiders. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. I hope the stream was good. How was your stream today, Dan? I appreciate the raid a lot. Thank you. On that geopolitical grind. Good to know. Okay. I got too many things going on here. I'm getting distracted really easily. I'm ordering some food here, Dan, and Dan Simpson Raiders. So give me a little brief moment here, okay? I'm going to order some food. We'll continue talking, and eventually I'll get to some important discourse. Okay? So don't mind me. I'm so goddamn hungry now. I've been talking about food for like the last hour. And I swear if I don't order food or like get something to eat, I'm going to just continue. I'm going to spend the next 5 hours on here talking about different snacks that I like to eat. Which I think is fun content for some people for like maybe a little while. But probably for an entire day's stream of talking about it, I don't think it would be that good. Okay, good. Good, that's done. That's done. I ordered some Booze Tan, which is a Lebanese restaurant here in Montreal. It's kind of like a small chain. They started with a place just by Concordia University, and now they've expanded to a couple of locations. Very good Lebanese food. Heads Up Shawarmas, I never had that one. Tipsy Toneda burrito, that's good. You can get pretty decent burritos in Montreal, but it's still not very prevalent. You know? It's not like there's certainly not a lot of, there's no fast food tacos or burritos like that you can get. There's no Taco Bell. That's one of the, talking about mid-tier American chains, like there's so many like taco chain restaurants in the States. We got nothing. We got nothing here. I got no Taco Bell. I got nothing. There's a few like decent kind of mid-tier like burrito places where you can get a good burrito, but there's none of those like trashy taco places. Dearborn, Michigan is a great place for Lebanese cuisine. What is that? Is that Rashida Tlaib's district? Am I crazy about that? Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's part of the reason that, because of the sizable immigrant population there. I would like to visit Dearborn. I would love to visit Dearborn and get some shawarma. When I was traveling through Europe like 20 years ago, that was one of my main things, was getting shawarma like in every different country and noticing the different little regional changes that were made depending on where you got it. Do you pineapple on your al pastor? That was the worst enunciation I could possibly imagine. But isn't al pastor already? Isn't it pineapples? Isn't that part of it? I'll be the weirdo you talk to in Dearborn on your tour. Okay, sounds good. I would love that. I think that was a trick question. I think Dude Zoot is trying to trip me up here with my knowledge of Mexican cuisine. Is this controversial? Some places only use pineapple juice in their marinade. I don't know. I don't know, folks. Like as in they leave out the chunks. Okay, so it doesn't have to actually have the fruit, but the pineapple juice is part of the marinade. Okay. I see. You gotta have the chunks of pineapple in the taco for al pastor, but I'm a gringo, so I don't know. I don't know either, frankly. I know pineapple needs to be involved. My understanding that the actual fruit could be like separate. A lot of times the pineapple sits on top of the... Did you mean to say trompo? Or was that a spelling error? Or is that a thing that I don't know what it is? That's the kind of thing where I don't want to just say the word, confidently say trompo, and then have it be a mistake of some kind. And the juice comes down as a kind of based. Okay. I have Chilean family living in Mexico and visited them many years ago. It was so cool realizing how rich and tasteful Mexican cuisine actually is, and how the few Mexican food items that it made it to Europe have been simplified and watered down. It really is good stuff. It really is good stuff. And it's like there's a little bit of it here in Montreal, as wonderful as a food city as it is. But that's one thing that's lacking, I think. Real, actual Mexican here. No pineapple chunks. Mexican, or pineapple is just the marinade. That was my understanding. But I was getting conflicting information about this. I feel I'm going to have to get to some serious discussion soon. Right? My food is on the way. So perhaps now I can transition to doing some serious subversive content, talking to these geopolitical affairs that we normally do in this program. Trompo is like the stacked meat thing that cooks vertical. Think like a gyro spit. Okay. Or a Euro spit. I'm mispronouncing all kinds of terms here. Jesus. You shave it down and then it spins and cooks, caramelizes more, and you shave it again. I'm really hungry. God damn. The Euro Junta. Dan's chat went from geopolitics to snack time. Exactly. We're going on 2 hours here. We're going on 2 hours of this stream. Let's get into this. Pastora is goated. There's a place like right outside of where I am right now that makes it really good. Al Pastor. I had it a couple weeks ago and it was fucking tremendous. Okay, let's see here. What do we got? There's plenty of stuff to talk about with Ukraine. There's plenty of stuff to talk about with China. I mean, this could be a good place to start. You know, there's all the stuff that's in the media right now about the Nord Stream pipeline. It's okay. Here's one interesting thing that's happening, right? Is that Seymour Hersh story came out. We've talked about it a lot on the show, right? But the pipeline was destroyed. Obviously, it was clear who was behind that from moment one. You know, the United States of America. We all knew that, but of course we had to pretend that there was some mystery about it. Then the Seymour Hersh story comes out a couple weeks ago and confirms this, and now it seems like they're kind of like in panic mode, kind of scrambling to be like, okay, now we need to talk about this, and trying to pin the blame on someone else. You had this piece the other day coming out. The pro-Ukrainian group may have carried out the attack on the Nord Stream pipelines last year. Intelligence reviewed by U.S. officials suggested, which of course in this piece you look at it, it's just like there's no actual sources. There's literally, everything's anonymous. It's just like, according to intelligence that we can't articulate on and that we can't show you what happened. We can't show you anything. But our unnamed source did say that it was this Ukrainian group not connected to Zelensky's government, not connected to NATO, not connected to the CIA or anything like that. We can't know and we can't tell you who it is. It was totally these other guys who had done it. That's right. So which pro-Ukraine group has these kind of resources? Well, that's the amazing thing. Like, and I did this steamed ham style meme about this to kind of make fun of this idea. Like this is what we're being asked to kind of believe here. You know, after the
You've
US
just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Christine, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs from Christine Doe. Thank you, Christine. That's very kind of you. Heck yeah. I really appreciate that. We love Christine. We love Mysterious Shatter Christine. And we're doing this weird, interesting thing here, and now I'm trying to pivot to talking about the serious subjects, and chat is still caught up in talking about tacos and different kinds of food and snacks. But like, this is what they're being asked. They're asking us to believe this, though, that like after not only have they been arming nonstop Ukraine for the last arming and training these militias for the last year, but like over the last 10 years. So the idea that some pro-Ukrainian group that has not been armed or trained by the U.S., like through the CIA or NATO or any of these outlets or any of the Canadian intelligence or whatever other military intelligence establishments that have been involved in this. This is what they're asking us to believe now. Oh yeah, this is these other guys. These other guys that did it. No, we can't tell you who they are. Although I saw Mark Ames as well was tweeting about this. They are now getting ready to like throw someone under the bus. They are getting ready to like announce something here. They're preparing to mask off some kind of fall guy for this. This is what's coming up in the reporting about this. The name will surely appear eventually, particularly given that he appears to have left a peculiar calling card. This guy, Michael Weiss, says, if it's the person I've been hearing, then Zelensky's plausible deniability is secure, and the calling card ain't that peculiar, really. So they're preparing to have some guy, like some kind of pro-Ukraine nationalist or whoever that somehow was not armed by NATO, was not given the resources, some offshoot, some rogue, someone went rogue. Someone went rogue and carried out this complex operation to commit this act of like this massive act of sabotage. It would take a lot of resources, a lot of explosives, but were not armed by the U.S., had no knowledge. Of course, America or Zelensky's government had no knowledge of it. And of course, the CIA or any of these intelligence agencies that have been arming and training these groups for the last at least 10 years, you can go back even further, had nothing to do with it as well. Yes, exactly. This is what the mainstream media is telling us. This is what the New York Times and these other kind of establishment media outlets are explaining to us about this. And I think this just, to me, indicates even more. I mean, we already knew that Hersh's story was correct on this, but like just the reaction, I think, confirms it even more. Now that the stories come out, and there's clearly this coordinated push now that the story and the reporting came out about this, there's this coordinated push to be like, no, it was actually something totally different, by the way. And we were just about to reveal this. We were just about to reveal this in our news establishments, and then this thing happened. And then, but even before that, though, we were just getting ready to go and go public about this. Trust me, bro. We were just getting ready to talk about this important story and reveal the saboteur before that story came out. This is literally what it says. Yes, U.S. officials declined to disclose the nature of the intelligence, how it was obtained, or any details of the strength of the evidence it contains. Great stuff. But remember also, all the criticism of Hersh's reporting on this was like, oh, it's not sourced. There's no properly sourced. But of course, you can do this though. This sources are actually all right. I'm getting verifiable reports that Mr. Beast blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. It would be amazing to see with the soy face and like the picture of the blown up pipeline with like a scuba gear thing, the bomb, or that weird like algorithm smile. That'd be good. Mr. Beast's been waiting to release the footage. That's right. He's just been waiting for the right moment. It does leave the Russia did it folks in an awkward spot. I mean, just how little self-respect do you have to be out there publicly making that argument in the first place? When that's your first reaction to the pipeline being bombed, it's like, Russia must have bombed their own infrastructure. I am very intelligent. There's literally people out there doing that. The YouTube thumbnail, I blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. I do remember Mark kind of like at least kind of entertaining that notion more than I thought had plausible deniability to it, but I don't know. You know, to Mark's credit, I think he's been publicly ridiculing a lot of this reporting lately. So and seems to have come around to what I thought was the obvious conclusion all along. Anyway, so that's interesting. That story, the way that like there's obviously an effort right now to push back on and undermine the Hirsch story about the U.S. blowing up the pipeline, and they seem to be setting up some kind of fall guy, which I'm sure we're going to hear about. His name is Lee Harvey Oswald. That's right, acted alone. It was one of these lone nuts yet again. Ah, shucks, we just couldn't we can't stop these lone nuts from acting this way. If only they hadn't done that. You know? But so they seem to be preparing for the fall guy story to be revealed about the lone nut who acted without outside the knowledge of the American intelligence apparatus about this. Just a lone wolf. But anyway, let's while we're talking about that, we're getting into our important discourse. Let's watch this video, this breakthrough news video with Brian Becker. Hopefully, who will be coming on the show soon. I'm still trying to work that out. Hopefully, Brian will come on the show to talk to us directly about this. But here's a video with Brian Becker and Walter Smolarek, editor of Liberation News, to help explain what's going on with Ukraine, with the pipeline, and with the related coverage of China. So all the things that we often talk about. And who need they pipe pussy blowing up? Oh my goodness. Marty. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, so this should be a good jumping off point to get us to all the juicy geopolitical topics and subversive discussions that we're used to having on this show, now that we've moved past the snack zone.
We need a new system. We need a new society. We need to demand that which may have sounded impossible even a few weeks ago, but is not only realizable, but an imperative necessity.
Folks, I don't know. I've been talking for 10 minutes since I ordered my food, and I just looked down at my phone.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Ryan, thanks for the gifted sub to our friend Matt. Unelectable Airwaves. I appreciate that. I'd been talking for 10 minutes since ordering my food, and I just looked down at my phone, and I didn't hit the confirm button, Brian. I did not hit the confirm button. And now it's just confirmed. It's just being prepared now. God, that's painful. That is painful. I really wish that I was 10 minutes closer to getting that food. Very, very frustrating. Confirm button. Jeez. It's like they made this technology so easy to use. It's so exploitative towards the workers. It's exploitative towards everyone involved in the process, but it's still pretty amazing technology. And still, I managed to mess it up.
The U.S. mainstream, corporate-owned, capitalist-owned media is a major factor in building consensus in the United States, or attempting to build consensus, and preparing the public for major power conflict with Russia and China. Today, we're going to talk about the role of the media. Welcome to this week's episode of the Socialist Program. I'm your host, Brian Becker. Today, I'm joined by my colleague, Walter Smolarek. Walter has been doing research on the capitalist-owned mainstream media and its role in war preparations. We're going to talk about this. Here we are 20 years after the U.S. invasion of Iraq, coming up on March 19th, and there will be a major protest in Washington, D.C. on March 18th,
exactly why
Saturday,
I wanted to talk
March
to Brian
18th,
so you could talk about that protest.
and in other cities marking that anniversary. But the U.S. war effort against Iraq, based on lies, based on deceiving the public, a war that took the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, it could not have happened the way it did happen without the role of the corporate-owned media. And some of the main players in the media, the same ones who brought us the Iraq War, are helping to bring World War III, if they can. Walter Smolarek is our guest. Walter, welcome.
Very glad to be here.
Walter, let's get started. I mean, you've seen some of the media. You
Yeah,
and
I
I have
agree,
been
Johnny.
talking in the last couple of days.
He should be getting
There's a
better
sense of
sound from that.
alarm in the media right now, and this is what the American people in particular are reading, a sense of alarm about Ukraine. Not that the war in Ukraine is about to end, but the sense of alarm is that
One
it
sec,
might
folks, I'll be
end.
right back.
Anyway, let's get started with this. These are really important mainstream media articles and a signal of what's coming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the U.S. war machine would absolutely not be able to get away with the crimes, the horrific crimes, war crimes, crimes of a historic nature, if it were not for this totally compliant media that at every turn was preparing public opinion, generating public opinion, public support for the aims of the warmongers. So let me just start off by reading a headline from a recent Wall Street Journal article. It's titled "The Perils of Premature Negotiation Over Ukraine." Subhead: Peace talks might be worthwhile if Putin's war aims were just territorial, but his larger ambition is to push back US and NATO influence in Eastern Europe. And this article goes on to argue, in this terrible war, a rushed settlement that fails would be worse than no settlement. And of course, success or failure, as the Wall Street Journal is meaning it, intending to use that formulation, means does the United States succeed or fail to impose its hegemony on the region? What's your reaction to this type of headline, this article in particular, and this type of narrative that's coming from all sorts of different outlets?
Well, I want the audience to really understand.
I haven't read it, Lodane. I haven't. One day I will actually read it. I have one book down from my 5-book challenge 2023. It's a short book, Washington Bullets, but it is down 1 out of 5. I'm on pace. So eventually I will get to Infinite Jest, though.
Not only the title, but the subtitle. So read the title and the subtitle one more time. And I want to talk about the subtitle in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's called "The Perils of Premature Negotiation Over Ukraine." And it says, peace talks might be worthwhile if Putin's war aims were just territorial, but his larger ambition is to push back US and NATO influence in Eastern Europe.
So just get those words. Sometimes it's hard to really navigate through the very deft, highly nuanced, and carefully constructed language in the capitalist-owned media. But if Putin's aims were only territorial, meaning taking parts of or annexing parts of Ukraine, fine. That could be a peace deal, according to the subtitle of this major article, Warning Against Negotiations. But if Putin's real intention is to push back US and NATO influence in Eastern and Central Europe, that means that the United States should not engage in negotiations. So let's just parse that. Thousands of Ukrainians and Russians, but thousands of Ukrainians, and presumably this article is on the side of the Ukrainian people, are dying, are being injured, are losing electricity as long as the war continues. And there could be a deal. Let's say Russia annexes the Russian-speaking parts of eastern Ukraine and Crimea, which happened in 2014. But that wouldn't be enough, because what Putin wants to do, and what the Ukrainian people thus should be dying for, is to diminish US, NATO influence in Eastern and Central Europe. Now, let's assume, but not concede, that that subtitle is correct. That what Putin really wants is to push NATO back. Let's assume that. What does that mean? It doesn't mean pushing the United States or the people of the United States into a corner. It doesn't mean threatening the security of the people living in Nebraska or Massachusetts or Georgia. It means that the United States would have less influence through the military alliance called NATO, which the United States established in 1949, to be able to take over incorporate Eastern and Central Europe into a U.S. military sphere of influence such that U.S. weapons, including the most advanced conventional and nuclear weapons, can be placed in Eastern and Central Europe right near Russia or right on Russia's border. So the idea that it would be wrong to negotiate if it meant the diminishment or diminution of NATO influence means that it would reduce the prospect of NATO's ability to threaten Russia. Why should the people of the United States oppose that? Again, assuming but not conceding that that in fact is Putin's goal. I mean, why should the people of the United States support sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine? And why should the Ukrainian people send their sons and daughters, not to mention their babies and grandparents, to death, just so that US and NATO influence can reign supreme in this part of the world? I mean, NATO started in 1949. It did not dominate Eastern and Central Europe at that time. Those countries were allies of the Soviet Union, Russia at that time. Why was it such a menace to world peace when the situation was such that NATO was restricted to Western Europe?
I wonder if I can get Brian on the show. I wonder if I should give him some friendly advice about using the mic to the best of its ability. I wonder if he would be receptive to that, or if that would be considered a faux pas. I don't know.
I mean, the whole logic here, Walter, is that we should assume that pushing NATO back, diminishing NATO's influence, is a threat to world peace, when in fact, pushing NATO back, and I would say dissolving NATO, because it's completely unnecessary. It's just a tool at this point for offensive military operations. Ending NATO would in fact be the path to peace. So here again, the people of the United States being completely misled. These are mainstream articles and accepted as good faith. And no reporter says, wait a second.
I think probably the main theme of the sort of dialectical materialist understanding of these foreign affairs, that once you kind of understand this framework that you can't unsee or whatever, is the Western strategy. And I'm pointing to myself because the Canada, the US, NATO, the Western countries, and our constant strategy, and this stretches all the way back, even prior to the modern age, all the way back through the history of colonialism, where we are always the primary antagonizers. And the way that we, while simultaneously acting constantly, extremely aggressively, violently, ruthlessly, trying to secure our own economic interests at the expense of everyone else, while simultaneously wagging our finger at other countries for their aggressiveness, the very countries that we're encircling and that we're exploiting, and wagging our finger at them at their savagery and their aggressiveness. It's going all the way back through settler colonialism, all the way back through the whole exploitation of and the settlement of North America and South America, British colonialism. You could go on and on and on. But acting aggressively, exploiting all these places, exploiting the indigenous here in Canada, the US, and in South America, exploiting people in Africa, exploiting people in Southeast Asia and elsewhere, while simultaneously criticizing them for their aggressiveness and using their aggressiveness as a pretext for further domination and further exploitation. That ultimately is, I think, the thing that pops out time and time again. The way that this process plays out and this relationship between these different powers, and how it's used as just our own aggressiveness creates a reaction, and then the reaction is used as a justification for further aggressiveness. EMLO pushing back is interesting, and it's not a coincidence, Dakadoon, that there's starting to be serious talk right now in the U.S. government about getting involved militarily with Mexico. And all of a sudden, it's like we need to start bombing the cartels in Mexico. How did those cartels become powerful in the first place? Well, let's not ask that question too much. Let's not get into that. Again, it's talk about patterns repeating. Now it's all of a sudden that AMLO is kind of taking these stances. Now it's very important that we got to start bombing and these cartels and getting our military involved in these evil cartels. Kind of interesting how that works, isn't it? Will Canada push back? I'm going to guess no. If I had to speculate on it. As usual with Canada, I think the very maximum you would ever see is maybe a polite, well, we agree to disagree on the nature of this, you know? That would be the absolute maximum that you would see. I was told for the entire year that NATO had nothing to do with the war and that it's only about Putler doing imperialism and annexing territory to either recreate the Russian Empire or the Soviet Union, exactly, depending on who you're talking to. And others saying there can't be negotiations because it's about NATO and not annexation. It's been a funny shift there, hasn't it, Relic? Just in the ways that they're basically saying, you have like U.S. senators and other people kind of basically openly saying like, yeah, we're fighting the Russians in Ukraine and we're getting the Russians to do it for us. How that's been basically like something that is now kind of talked about a lot more openly. Whereas when you were saying that a year ago, you were accused of doing like Kremlin propaganda. And now you have these U.S. officials being like, yeah, we're fighting Russia through these Ukrainian proxies, basically. But calling it a U.S. proxy war or a NATO proxy war a few months ago was like, oh, why are you doing a Putler apologia? Now they just say that. Imagine the U.S. at war with Mexico, China, and Russia while espousing the moral high ground. It's really an interesting strategy, isn't it, Dimitri? You know, we often say that saying that we often say in any war. Usually we say, well, the best way to win a war is to open the war on two fronts, which America has been pursuing, the course that they've been pursuing for the last couple of years, or as long as I've been doing this show. But even better than two fronts, though. Why not? Hear me out here. It's like that scene in The Social Network. What's even better than a war on two fronts? A war on three fronts. Can I interest you in that? Can I interest you in a three-front war? I'm sure that's going to go really great for America, but really the whole world. And I think it sums up this subheader on the breakthrough news clips that we're watching right now. It shouldn't be controversial. The U.S. doesn't want peace. Clearly it doesn't. Clearly it's literally the most warlike nation that we've ever seen in history. No, they don't want peace. Their entire economy is it's in arms as much as Canada's a bunch of trench coats in a trench coats in a corporation. A bunch of corporations in a trench coat. America's just basically an arms dealership that waves a little flag and gives you a hot dog once a year. It's an arms manufacturer that's just like once a year, it's like, here's your tiny American flag and hot dog. Here's some fucking fireworks. Okay? Now just go back to bed. Go watch TV. That's basically what it is. So no, obviously the U.S. doesn't want peace. The way its economy has been organized is about not having peace. And the amazing thing, though, is that now it's not even benefiting people in the empire. That's the truly astounding thing about how arrogant these people are. It's like their whole economy revolves around war, but the only people that are benefiting from that are a certain group of like highly elite, weapons manufacturers and America and multinationals. And you want healthcare? No. You want time off from your job? No. You want maternity leave? No. You want vacation time? No. You get nothing. You get nothing. You get less than nothing. And if you ask for something, you're being lazy and entitled or whatever. You want disability? No. You want childcare? No. You want education? No. You know the idea, it's like they're dabbing on us, especially when America, even you get the sense that like it's this death machine, that's fucking meat grinder that's run on exploitation and war and misery. And the people that live there don't even benefit from it. But you get some decent, cheap, mid-tier gas station.
You can count on me.
You're
going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And like Marvel movies or whatever. Thank you, Diego, for another gifted sub. I really appreciate that. 922.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old
923
Rob to talk you through all
gifted subs
this.
from Comrade Social Distancing. That's unbelievable. A certain group of elites. That's right. That's right. It's okay for the interruptions. I really don't mind. As much as I pretend I do. Parenti voice, the Cold War has been going on since America's inception, for sure. I mean, we talk about the Cold War as something that took place after World War II. And it was at least the Cold War was going on as long as the Cold War was the idea that it was a war between socialism and American-style capitalism. Has been going on since at least the moment that the Russian Revolution happened. Military-industrial complex of defense contractors, prisons, and finance, insurance, and real estate corporations that are seamlessly involved in every strata of the country's governance ensures that no one is having a good time. It do be like that. It really do. Are you planning on going over Mr. Loblaw's testimony? I would like to, yeah. This is my only stream today, Old Dutch, so we will see how much time we have. Definitely, when I'm back full-time next week, I'm gonna watch it, but we'll see about today as well. Yeah, you forgot about oil. There's a few other interests in there as well, but like, that's pretty much how it goes. But that's really the amazing thing. It's like all this plunder, plunder that they take basically at gunpoint throughout the world, to return these massive profits, and then the people that live in the empire get a small, tiny crumb of that, just by like having the security, being able to go, having the food security and stuff. If you're doing well enough that you can afford that, and if not, they're cutting back on the food stamps that you can access. But the amount of ways that the American population is just so beaten down that they don't even really get benefits of this incredible violence and exploitation. And not only do they not complain about that, they complain about anyone that asks questions about it. And anyone says, like, this is not enough. We're not getting, like, we need healthcare. We need time off for work. We need vacation. And they're saying, oh, fuck you. How dare you say that? That's how most Americans are. Yeah, the biggest perk of being American is that you're less likely to be bombed by America. That's right. You have the relative safety, depending on what community you live in. But you have the relative safety that you're not going to be, targeted by a drone strike at your fucking wedding. It's not a 100% guarantee, but it's like it's better than you get if you live elsewhere in the world. Oh, I saw the stuff about DeSantis. I did see the thing about the anti-trans campaign as well. Yeah, but the stuff about DeSantis is just sickening. Sick man. Sick and evil man who should be in jail for the crimes that he's committed. Talking about the anniversary of the Iraq War coming up. Everyone knows real communists are laser focused on preemptively pardoning Andrew Tate. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Obviously. And participating in the trans bathrooms and debate as well. Obviously. That's what our most fervent communists should be up to right now. Anyway, I'm going to put on this video. I think my food is getting here as well soon.
Second, that's ridiculous. How could there be premature negotiations when the need for peace is so ever present?
Right. I mean, a running theme of this Wall Street Journal article that we're talking about is the allegation that Putin has a master plan to create a new Europe. That's the formulation this Wall Street Journal piece uses, a new Europe. Well, how else could you possibly describe U.S. and NATO policy towards Europe since the end of the Cold War, if not to create a new Europe, so-called, that meets the needs of Washington and Wall Street? As they went about the creation of this new Europe, like you said, the expansion of the NATO military alliance bit by bit until it reached Russia's borders, the new Europe that the United States and NATO wanted to create has essentially no arms control deals. I mean, these main pillars of global stability, like the New START Treaty, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, those are all ripped up in this new Europe that the US and NATO want. And this was also been a bloody affair. I mean, as the U.S. and NATO went about the creation of this this new constellation of forces in Eastern Europe, they dismembered Yugoslavia, and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people died. I mean, it's a complete issue of projection, a case of reality being turned on its head.
Yeah, the Ukraine war, and it's been such a terrible tragedy. I mean, the people in Ukraine and the people in Russia were historically, culturally connected. They were also part of the same entity, the Soviet Union, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. They lived in peace from 1922, when the USSR was formally created, all the way up until 1991, when it was dissolved. The idea that people are killing each other, that's a terrible tragedy. But the question, as you're pointing out, Walter, is how did we get here? I mean, when the Soviet Union was collapsing, Secretary of State James Baker told Mikhail Gorbachev NATO wouldn't go 1 foot to the east, and that was the sort of the condition under which the Soviets would dissolve the Warsaw Pact military alliance, which was sort of the symmetrical mirror of NATO for the socialist bloc countries. And then relentlessly, the U.S. has kept moving further and further and further to the east. And I think everybody at this point kind of knows that. It wasn't because Russia was posing a threat. In fact, Russia was not only weakened and hobbled, economically in a state of shock after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the looting of public property, which went to the oligarchs and the billionaires, and the people were plunged into poverty, and the life expectancy in Russia declined by 6 years, something unprecedented in peacetime. Not only was it weak, but Russia also asked to join NATO. And Walter, if the United States had said yes to NATO, that would have meant yes to Russia joining NATO. That would have meant Russia was a military partner too. And I think, you and I have talked about this in the past. If Russia had been allowed into NATO, it wouldn't have been a danger to Europe. It would have really meant a very secure architecture for peace in Europe. But it would have also meant that absent a major, quote, adversary or enemy, the countries in Europe that had natural trading relations with a nearby neighbor, Russia, a big country with vast natural resources, including oil and gas.
You're not allowed to be in our special club, Russia. Russia's not allowed to be in the special club. Even when they renounced everything that they had been building for decades and decades. Even when they gave them everything they wanted. They allowed these American corporations to just come in and completely destroy their entire country. They allowed all the American advisors to come in. They gave up. They gave up everything. And they allowed this country to come in and just absolutely fucking humiliate them, destroying millions of people's lives. Now can we be in the special club? Okay? This is the ultimate lesson of why you never give up. You never give up your socialist project, no matter what these people promise. Right? Because Russia did. That's why what we're seeing happening now is happening. That's why Putin is in power now. The club that Ukraine wants to be in, and Georgia. That's right. Yeah, exactly. So Russia gives up everything. They get just exploited so horribly, humiliated so horribly. Now can you be in your special club at least? Okay, we gave you everything. Now can I be in your special club? And America's just like, no. No, you cannot. And then lo and behold, Putin becomes powerful. And then lo and behold, Putin starts pushing back on these things. And we wonder why people in Russia support that. What a mystery. What a mystery. How could Putin become popular? We just have no idea. It must be because there's just something inherent to the Russian gene in the Russian DNA just makes them support these violent, ruthless people. That must be it, right? We just have no idea. You know? It's pretty silly. It's pretty silly, I think, that people can't just acknowledge the basic reality of how these events transpired. Must be the real Russian skull shape. That's right. It just requires, exactly, the Russian psyche, like the Arab psyche requires a strong man for sure. And like the Asian psyche, receptible, like they're, you could be easily brainwashed as well. That was not great, the way that I transitioned into that. That was not one of my finer moments in trying to find the proper words there. Receptive. Receptive. I think that's COVID. Listen, if you make fun of me for that, that's like making fun of my post-COVID brain fog. Okay? When I can't find words like that, which is not something that I struggled with as much a year ago, I feel. Like I'm not even actually joking about that. I can't think of the fucking word receptive now. Much more receptive to that brainwashing, though. That's right. Doesn't look like anything to me. That's right. That's how these people... Zero long-term thinking, zero memory of any events that happened prior to like 3 or 4 years ago. Talking about people that are susceptible to brainwashing. This is the American rubbing off on you. It could possibly be Havana syndrome as well. As usual, though, projection, right? Talk about people that are receptive to brainwashing. These liberals that instantly forget every single bit of context and every single bit of recent history that can explain these things that they're so upset about. They're so mad about Putler. Well, why don't you just look at like how America's engaged with the rest of the world, and then you can understand why Putin is powerful in the first place. And they just go la 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 la. Oh, and that's very true, Dmitry, how Russia is Asian in the Westerners' view as well. That's the whole distinction, right? They're trying to say to Ukraine, you're allowed to be in you're part of the club in the way that Russia isn't, right? The Ukrainians are the enlightened European people, and the Russian are the devious, angry, violent Asiatic hordes, the Mongol tendencies. That's right. The Asiatic orc hordes. That's right. And that's how people in Ukraine talk about Russians. It is perfect messaging for Azov. That's right. Russians are either white or Asian, depending on what's convenient for the West at the time. Yeah. We're white, but not enough, and the wrong kind. You know. But it's amazing. Like, we're talking about people that are receptive to brainwashing. I think there's no people that are more incredibly brainwashed than the vast majority of people that live like in our own culture, who then point their fingers at, Russia or China or Korea or whoever else, Cuba, and accuse them of being brainwashed. It's pretty interesting stuff. Hey, let's continue this. I only had a few bites of this food and it was very tasty.
That's what would have happened. Really, what would have happened is that if Russia was treated as a friend, an ally, part of NATO, the countries of Europe could not have been coaxed, or I don't know, maybe coaxed is too soft of a word, bludgeoned into maintaining their status as the junior partners of the United States. I mean, that's, if people think about the war in Ukraine and think about it only as what's happened since Russia invaded in February 24th, 2022, about 1 year ago, then they miss the geostrategic background. And if you don't look at the geostrategic background and look at it rationally and objectively, you can't really understand it. In fact, you become vulnerable to the corporate-owned, capitalist-owned, lying media, which functions as a propaganda arm for the war machine, to convince you that what U.S. policy is all about is something good, when in fact it's completely unnecessary, and more dangerous than unnecessary. It is the path to a larger war.
That's right. I mean, and one example, I mean, maybe the prime example of that phenomenon that you're talking about, the concerns of the U.S. government, of U.S. imperialism, with regards to essentially the loyalty of its allies, its junior partners in Western Europe, is the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. This is a major piece of energy infrastructure that would have delivered and was delivering huge sums, huge amounts of natural gas to Germany primarily, and also other parts of Western Europe. The United States was very concerned, very opposed to this, both because of its hostility towards Russia geopolitically, also because of the interests of U.S. oil and gas corporations. There was an article in the New York Times, Brian, that I know you wanted to mention, that is just so completely absurd, laughably outrageous. The New York Times has a new theory that they got from U.S. intelligence.
Yeah, let's talk about that article. I mean, Walter, do you have it in front of you? Because if you do, I'd like to just go straight to the article. It's amazing. And then we have some audio. Actually, let's start with the video. We have two pieces. One is Joe Biden, President of the United States, talking right before the Russian military intervention into Ukraine. I think maybe it's February 7th. And then Victoria Nuland, who's in the State Department and who was, as Undersecretary or Assistant Secretary of State, one of the real coup makers in the 2014 coup that overthrew the Yanukovych government, the neutral government in Ukraine, creating a new right-wing pro-NATO government in Ukraine. I want to play this because right before Russia went into Ukraine, Nord Stream 2 and Nord Stream 1, the two pipelines, there's actually three pipelines that bring natural gas from Russia to Europe, in which the United States tried to stop these pipelines when the Soviets started building them. They didn't want Europe to be independent of the United States. They didn't want them to be too close to the Soviet Union. Then the Soviet Union collapsed. It was no longer a communist government. The evil communists were gone, but the U.S. still didn't want Europe to be close to Russia. And they really opposed the construction of Nord Stream 2, a second major pipeline. And, Europe got low-cost energy from Russia. And the U.S. wanted Europe to get its energy from the United States, even though that would mean, in the case of natural gas, liquefying natural gas from shale fields in Texas, transporting them thousands of miles away, transforming the liquefied natural gas back into gas, and then being able to use it to, heat stoves in France. I mean, it was like a very, very, long, complicated, and environmentally destructive process. That's what the U.S. wanted. So before the Russians came into Ukraine on February 22nd, the U.S., and I think all of the people in our audience watching or listening will remember this, the U.S. kept saying, the Russians are going to invade. The Russians are going to invade. Their negotiating demands about Ukraine are non-starters. And by the way, if they do invade, we're going to take out Nord Stream 2. Well, they didn't say we are going to. They just said it's going to be taken out. I want to talk about this.
The mob boss shit. It's amazing, isn't it? Like, no, they didn't say we're going to blow it up. But it's that mob boss language, right? Be a damn shame if something happened to this pipeline. The gangster state, That's such an apt analogy to understand the way this power operates. The gangster state, because it's the exact same thing. It is a global criminal cartel, and that's how they talk as well. That's how they issue these threats. Of course, America's not going to say, "Oh yeah, we're going to blow it up." And of course, like we talk about, there's always this plausible deniability. But it's just amazing, and how people still, especially people living in the empire, are still susceptible to it. You know? And you say, well, Joe Biden has explicitly said there's going to be no pipeline, and now there's no pipeline. So I think it's probably a good indication that it was America. And people say, no, he didn't say that, though. No, but look at what he actually said. And it's like, really? Is this all it takes? Is this all it takes to get you on board with this stuff? Really? This like warmed over mafia kind of language? You can't read between the lines? Like, it shouldn't be that fucking hard, but amazingly, it still really does seem to affect people, doesn't it?
Is because when you listen to Biden and then listen to Victoria Nuland later when she's testifying before Congress, not only are they celebrating the destruction of the pipeline because it was blown up, at least in 5 different places, mysteriously, but they're predicting that it would happen. And the way they're talking about it makes one believe absolutely that they were the culpable partner. Anyway, let's listen to how Biden frames this. This is before the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Let me answer the first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
Walter, you see that? He kind of smiling. I promise you, we're going to be able to do it. You saw that, right?
Right, and I mean, if you're Russia, I mean, obviously that's what you think that is. If you're Germany, if you're any of the other European governments, I mean, it's so completely clear. I mean, it's almost like they're bragging. I think that's really what they're doing. They're bragging about their power, the power of their intelligence agencies. Like, whether you like it or not, we're going to decide where you get your oil and natural gas from. I mean, it's part of that imperial arrogance, I think.
Yeah, read a little bit, if you would, Walter, from some quotes from that article. I mean, it's shocking what the people of the United States who are being spoon-fed this corporate-owned media, what we're compelled to accept, even if we don't want to, just if we're ingesting or digesting, reading some of this media.
Yeah, right. So this is an article that's titled "Intelligence Suggests Pro-Ukrainian Group Sabotaged Pipelines, U.S. Officials Say." So it goes on to say that, okay, well, it's not a government, it's not a state-sponsored operation, but maybe, just maybe, a pro-Ukrainian, I don't know, militia, I guess it's implied, was responsible for this. So the article states, this is
it would
a
be
direct
funny if it
quote
was
from the article.
Redditors.
U.S. officials declined.
I mean, we joke about it, but even that like reporting that's coming out, it's being like, oh, they left a calling card. We know someone, they're not connected to the, we're not connected to the Zelensky government. They're kind of giving hints about this. It would be funny if it was like Redditors or like a YouTuber. We were joking about Mr. Beast, but it would be very funny if that was the calling card. It literally was. Reddit organized a top secret mission. There was a Reddit task force. They don't check the water for a lost passport. Christy, you're feeling dressed up in scuba gear with dynamite in both hands. I'm sure that if she was asked, she would do it. I'm sure Christy would volunteer. I know she's very passionate about this kind of stuff. If that's what was asked of her, I have no doubt that she'd be like, okay, just give me, where's the wetsuit? Let me do it. I'm sure she would do it.
To disclose the nature of the intelligence, how it was obtained, or any details of the strength of the evidence it contains. They have said that there are no firm conclusions about it, leaving open the possibility that the operation might have been conducted off the books by a proxy force with connections to the Ukrainian government or its security services. It admits that the pipelines were ripped apart by deep-sea explosions in September in what U.S. officials described at the time as an act of sabotage. European officials have publicly said they believe the operation that targeted Nord Stream was probably state-sponsored, possibly because of the sophistication with which the perpetrators planted and detonated the explosives on the floor of the Baltic Sea without being detected. U.S. officials have not stated publicly that they believe the operation was sponsored by a state. The explosives were most likely planted with the help of experienced divers who did not appear to be working for military or intelligence services, U.S. officials who have reviewed the new intelligence said, but it is possible that the perpetrators received specialized government training in the past. What do you make of this?
But wait. Let's read that sentence, that last sentence again. So the U.S. government is saying, these were not military forces connected to any government. We know that. And how do we know it? Because this unnamed intelligence source says that somehow they know that it's not connected to a government. We know that somehow. They don't tell us exactly how, but just believe us because it's this unnamed anonymous intelligence source. But because these are very sophisticated explosions deep below the water, and divers had to do them, had to detonate them, maybe they're connected to some government where they got some advanced training. We don't know, but we know for sure it's not us.
They got the training, we had nothing to do with it.
It is possible that the perpetrators received specialized government training in the past. Now, if our viewers have read Seymour Hersh's recent article about this, investigation into this, that article actually goes into very specific detail about...
Oh, sure. If you consider us arming and training these groups to be us supporting their actions, well, guilty as charged, I guess. For the small crime of arming and training these people, we get these kind of accusations. What's I mean? Even if that was somehow true, so what? The U.S. uses non-state mercenary groups literally all the time. Yes, they do. They left some Reddit gold. Oh, man. That'd be great stuff. From that language, it sounded like they were volunteers. It may not be U.S. Special Forces in the past. That's right. No, yeah, it was someone, whoever it was, we might have armed and trained them in the past. But beyond that, we had nothing to do with it. And we did not approve of any of this, even though we talked about it before and said it wasn't going to happen, and then bragged about it after it did happen. Still, and even though we armed and trained the people that did it, still, we had nothing to do with it. And people that read the New York Times are just like, Janet, can you believe that this pro-Ukrainian group that blew up the pipeline? Can't believe that. This pipe. It's really incredible what they're asking people to believe. And people are doing it. People are just like, yes, sir. Let me swallow that. I'll drain that slop all day. Give me some more of that slop. I love it. The only way this is convincing to anyone is extreme terminal being a mark disease. It is being a mark disease. You have to be a huge mark to believe this. It is a mark country. Canada's even worse. God. There's even less dissenting voices in Canada, if you can believe that. My monocle fell right into my soup when I read that NYT article. I know. Shocking. Shocking stuff. Let's continue this. This food is very good also, by the way.
Just how
we also have the smug superiority
this operation was, how much specialized training, highly specialized equipment was needed and, according to the article, was used to carry out an operation of this magnitude, which, by the way, took place in one of the most heavily patrolled sea lanes on the planet. This is not a place where you can just sort of sneak in undetected and sneak out. One of the most heavily patrolled sea lanes on the planet because of all the geopolitical tensions going on. The article in the New York Times does acknowledged that Seymour Hersh's investigation exists, but only in passing, basically just one sentence. And they almost make fun of him while they're doing it. So the article reads,
It's really amazing not only how much all of this boils down to saying to Russia, you're not allowed to be in our special club, no matter what you have going on politically, you're just not allowed. How much of this as well, though, when it comes to both Ukraine and Germany, but Western Europe in general, saying to these countries, you are not allowed to purchase Russian gas. Germany, no. We made Russia give up on their political system in empowering people like Putin in the first place. We made them basically at gunpoint embrace free market capitalism as like a economic ideology, but they're not allowed to make bilateral agreements with Germany or Ukraine about selling them Russian gas at a discount. And when we do, we step in to overthrow the government in Ukraine and fund a proxy war there, or we'll straight up just bomb Germany's infrastructure. You're not allowed to make, just in the same way that China's not allowed to make bilateral agreements with anywhere in Africa or Latin America. There's not even any violence. It's literally just countries talking to each other and coming to a mutually beneficial agreement about accessing energy or accessing resources. And America and Canada are both just saying, like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Like the Yanukovych government, as our friend Amanda has written about and pointed out, the Yanukovych government, that was their big cardinal sin prior to the Euromaidan, was opting to make a deal with Russia over cheap Russian gas over the IMF. The aid package that the IMF was offering, that obviously included them making all these economic sacrifices as well. Russia offered them a better deal. Bing, bang, boom. There's the Euromaidan protest. Yanukovych is out. And we've got a pro-NATO, pro-EU, pro-Western government now. And now we're funding a proxy war in the eastern regions as well, pumping arms in. And Germany, makes a deal with Russia to get their gas, builds this massive infrastructure project, and they literally say, and after they provoke that conflict in Ukraine, they say to Germany, no, you're not allowed to use the gas. Look, you can't do deals with these guys. Can you believe these guys? But just for good measure, we're going to blow up your infrastructure that you've built anyways. That's been the amazing thing about, as much as Western Europe has gone along with this at their own expense, has gone along with this, like being basically threatened by this global mafia boss to not make a bilateral deal to get access to Russian gas. You've seen places like India be like, no, actually, fuck you. We are still going to make this deal with Russia, even when you threaten us and even when you tell us not to. And you see that happening in Africa and in Latin America as well. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? That's what it boils down to, isn't it? You're not allowed to. That's this whole argument, right? Countries under the unipolar US-led hegemonic imperialist system, these countries are not allowed to make bilateral agreements with one another. Whether you're talking about the Belt and Road Initiative, whether you're talking about Russia making deals with Ukraine or other countries in Western Europe about gas, you're just not allowed. You're just not allowed to do it. And if you do make these kind of bilateral deals, America gets very upset. And they target you with sanctions. They fund proxy wars. They overthrow your government. They fund color revolutions. They bomb your infrastructure until they get their way, while simultaneously wagging their fingers at everybody else and fucking lecturing everybody else. The arrogance of it. The arrogance of it is just mind-blowing.
Last month, the investigative journalist Seymour Hersh published an article on the newsletter platform Substack, concluding that the United States carried out the operation at the direction of Mr. Biden. In making his case, Mr. Hersh cited the president's pre-invasion threat to bring an end to Nord Stream 2 and similar statements by other senior U.S. officials. So the way they present it, it's like it's all just sort of inferred or guessed based on that clip that we just watched. That's nonsense. I mean, this is actually an investigative report that should be taken seriously, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. And people who are listening to this show or watching this show on Breakthrough News, Rania Khalek, one of the really amazing journalists with Breakthrough News, did an interview last week with Seymour Hersh. I really want to encourage people to listen to that interview and go and get Seymour Hersh's article. It's very detailed. Make up your own mind what you think. I mean, after the explosions ripped apart Nord Stream 2, thus depriving Europe of any ability to access natural gas, which it had been reliant on all over Europe. At first, the U.S. media said, well, maybe Russia did it. You remember that, Walter? They said Russia might have been sabotaging Europe for going along with the U.S. NATO campaign in Ukraine. And Putin.
Isn't that literally just the Monroe Doctrine? I mean, I guess that's right. Although the Monroe Doctrine was really only about a specific area of the world. And that's why I think I really do have appreciated friend of the stream, Vijay Prashad's analysis when he talks about a global Monroe Doctrine, right? And how they've expanded the kind of logic that the Monroe Doctrine outlines, and they've just expanded that to the entire globe. And they've spent the last several decades just completely encircling the entire planet in military bases and then enforcing this Monroe Doctrine wherever they think it's necessary, wherever they feel their economic interests are being threatened. And they frame it as a security issue. They frame it as a security interest, but it's obviously, as we know, that's never been accurate. It's been about protecting their economic interests at all costs. The finger-wagging crocodile tears. Like, fuck, it drives me crazy, Lana. It drives me crazy. What a pleasant surprise. I thought you were off this week. Sorry, I'm late. No problem up the Reds. I'm only here today. It's a one-day stream. It's a one-day stream. I'm on vacation this week. I'm trying not to, take too much of a hit financially from that because I'm a gig worker for the Amazon Corporation over here. But doing a long TRRS stream today. Thanks for joining us. You cannot be that much of a genocidal psycho and also this shrill and whiny. I think that's what frustrates me so much about Canada as well, because we've also got that sanctimonious vibe as well, where we claim to be above it all. And those boorish Americans, and we're not obviously violent like that. We have this extra degree of slimy fucking sanctimony. Yeah, it's really uniquely. That's one thing about Canada's role in the world. That's just uniquely fucking grating. The phony sanctimony. Most heavily propagandized people on earth. That's right. That's what I was talking about. It's always projection, right? And we talk about being susceptible to propaganda or susceptible to brainwashing. Or when you talk about human rights issues or not respecting sovereignty or what have you, projection. It's always projection. Time and time again. You'll never be failed if you just assume each and every time that whatever the accusation is, it's an admission. You will never go wrong. Hokey sanctimony. Yeah, the aw shucks. The aw shucks sanctimony of Canadians. God, it's infuriating.
Putin got on TV and said, this is our property. Why would we possibly destroy it? It took decades to build. Would we actually destroy our own pipeline? It was so obviously ridiculous, but it was treated as good coin in the mainstream media. Matter of fact, that assertion got much more coverage than Seymour Hersh. Seymour Hersh, for people who don't know Seymour Hersh, in the late 1960s, a U.S. platoon went into a village in South Vietnam called My Lai. And the U.S. soldiers had been in firefights with national liberation fighters
How many My Lais
in the
were there
previous
that
days
weren't
and weeks,
reported
and they
as
had
well?
taken quite a number of casualties. And the National Liberation Front was integrated as a movement for national liberation in the South Vietnamese countryside. They were trying to unify and liberate their country and evict the foreign occupiers. So U.S. soldiers said, well, you know, the NLF really seems like they're part of the people. And the people are peasants. And they live in these peasant villages. And since we're fighting them, and some of our
It's a natural extension of the U.S.
soldiers,
search and
some of our
destroy
brothers
policy,
were
for sure.
killed.
I mean, you look at the doctrine of what the American military, what their goal even was in Southeast Asia at the time, was just body count. That's what all the soldiers, all they cared about. They were to get drilled down, body count, body count, body count. He's got to get that body count up. So yeah, naturally that resulted in incidents like My Lai, of which there were probably hundreds. Yeah, and in this case, someone stood up for it, and there was reporting on it.
Are badly wounded, we're going to take revenge on this village, the village of My Lai. And they went in helicopters, and they set every home on fire. And when people came out, they machine gunned them to death. And when they lined up the survivors, they put them in a ditch, and they machine gunned them. They killed everyone. It was actually only the intervention of another U.S. soldier, a lieutenant, who came in and said he would start firing on U.S. troops unless they stopped the massacre. That's the only reason the massacre stopped. And more than 500 Vietnamese villagers that day were massacred. Men, women, children, babies, and their grandparents, all slaughtered by the U.S. And Colin Powell, who was then with the U.S. military and got the report a month later about, or a few weeks later, about the atrocity, covered it up and said it wasn't true, tried to conceal it.
Liberal hero Colin Powell. Remember though, yeah, he may have tried to cover up the massacre of men, women, and children in My Lai, but he also said Orange Man bad. So who's to say? Who's to say whether he was good or bad? The voice of reason, that's right. Who was also absolutely instrumental, talking about the anniversary of the Iraq War, was also instrumental in the build-up to the Iraq War. Other than that, though, wonderful guy. There were many My Lais that weren't reported because for Americans, what matters is what plays on the front page of screen, and that's why Phan Thi Kim Phuc received so much medical attention after the famous picture of her badly burned by napalm running away from her burning village, while hundreds of thousands of other Vietnamese children were left to suffer and die away from the cameras of Western and Western ally journalists. That's a good point as well, yeah. Horrific. Absolutely horrific. Some of the imagery that came out of that war. We love our high-ranking military and political officials that get there by honest means. That's right. Exactly. At least he wasn't a draft dodger like Trump. That's literally liberals praised Colin Powell for being part of the Vietnam War and criticized Trump for one of the only good things he did in his life, being a fucking draft dodger and not going to Southeast Asia to kill people on behalf of the U.S. government. And liberals were like, how dare you, sir? Bone spurs Trump. That's right. Unbelievable. Just like when they criticized him as well for trying to, for whatever misguided, selfish reason, trying to broker some kind of a peace deal in the Korean Peninsula. That was just a bridge too far for our liberal friends, wasn't it? The dronies. That's why we call them the dronies, folks. They're the dronies, the think tankies. Some of the most ruthlessly violent people in our society.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Ghost, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, Ghost. Thank you.
Seymour Hersh was the one of the main reporters who told the truth and revealed this war crime committed by the United States against the Vietnamese people. And Seymour Hersh, from that time on, was noted as a very credible investigative journalist because he broke the story. Now here we are, half a century later, he's saying with detail that this is a Pentagon operation.
And again, talking about the finger wagging and the pointing the fingers at others and calling them authoritarian, there's no one better than the dronies and the think tankies and our liberal friends that do this, right? In the sanctimony, simultaneously sanctimonious and fetishizing and worshiping violence and imperialism.
Designed to make it impossible for Europe to continue to access natural gas and other petroleum products from Russia. And the media didn't cover it at all. I mean, there was one sentence in this ludicrous article in the New York Times. The other times they're talking about Seymour Hersh as a controversial journalist or a discredited journalist, like he's either a non-entity or somebody who can't be trusted. But that's who Seymour Hersh was, and that's how he became a famous investigative journalist. I mean, Seymour Hersh, is getting at something, and I don't think we should let the story go. Victoria Nuland, Walter, who I mentioned, she was saying that famous call between Victoria Nuland and the U.S. ambassador to Kiev, to Ukraine in 2014, right before the coup, the violent fascist-led coup in February 2014, overthrew the Yanukovych government, the neutral government.
Seymour Butts.
Victoria Nuland's on this phone call.
Sir Vito the monkey, this is a family channel. So I know you're a first-time chatter. You're not familiar with the community. We do try to keep the language G-rated over here. So just FYI.
And she's telling the ambassador,
Victoria is a demon.
Yatsenyuk is going to be the new prime minister. He's going to replace Yanukovych. We're going to name him. This is how the new government should look. And the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador says, well, the EU, they want it to go this.
I mean, talk about... just talk about this, like Victoria Nuland, just such a banality of evil type person. And talk about someone that has been embraced as being this like credible, liberal figure. You used to work for Cheney, but then works with the Obama administration and works with the Biden administration, and then gets accepted as this like credible voice, and is treated as like beyond reproach when you suggest that perhaps she's been involved in these kind of geopolitical maneuverings or coups. Dylan Burns never better hear this guy talking like this. I know Dylan has checked out this stream before. And unfortunately, I don't think any of my commentary that I did about this managed to change his mind on this. Maybe one day, maybe Dylan will come around. I know he's young. He's a young guy. Maybe one day he'll come around to the error of his ways and the fact that he became a willing supporter of Western imperialism, while styling himself as being some kind of like anti-establishment Hunter S. Thompson type. Eventually, he'll realize the error of his ways. When he's older, maybe. I had a small beef with Dylan Burns, and then eventually it's just like, I can't be spending this guy's like 22. I'm not spending my time doing this. I'm not beefing with someone who's 22 years old. Yeah, but handed out cookies during the Maidan. But of course, the U.S. wasn't involved in the Maidan, though, right? Even though we have footage of this, it's not even a secret. You've got Nuland handing out cookies. You've got the phone call. You've got Hillary Clinton and John McCain showing up there. But of course, the U.S. wasn't involved. And it's conspiracy theorists to suggest that the U.S. was involved with that, even with Hillary and John McCain and Nuland being so deeply implicated in it. They were just happened to show up to support the spontaneous democratic movement. And it's Putin propaganda or conspiracy theory to suggest that perhaps they were involved in that in any way. or to point out how a few years later in 2016, McCain goes back along with Lindsey Graham and Amy Klobuchar to hang out with these Azov guys and be like, we'll give you whatever you need, whatever weapons you need. Just keep fighting the Russians. Of course, it's just totally wacko conspiracy theory stuff to suggest that any of these events are linked. Any of these events, which we have video footage of. This is not like secondhand or third-hand. It's not like a leak that came from like WikiLeaks or Assange or Chelsea Manning or anything. Literally just observing freely available video footage of these figures involved in these things. And it's just still not enough for some people like Dylan Burns, I guess. Or whatever other of our anarcho-Bidenist or anarcho-NATOist streamer colleagues. That's still just a bridge too far for them to accept the idea that America was deeply involved in these events. It's like, I don't know what more you need, frankly, but okay. And I mean, I think if these people do acknowledge that implication that the U.S. was involved, they'll just say like, well, they should have been involved because Russia bad. So, okay. Yeah, they just like it. The anarcho made up rad lib ideology. Exactly. It's just basically like a made up ideology to make the maximum number of people mad at me online, so I gain clout and audience members and subscribers from. America's a force for good in the world. They may stumble, but its intentions are good. I still think about sometimes, some of you weren't around for that, but the time a certain prominent figure in this world that I'm referring to, we don't need to name names, showed up in this very channel, in this very stream in the chat, when we were watching a video about the invasion of Panama by the U.S. military, and acknowledged that the role America plays during this time in exporting fascism around the globe, and then still went on, despite apparently not showing up on this stream and listening to me for a few minutes, then still supporting that very process just a few years later. I don't know. I wish more of these people that would watch this stream sometime to like own me or whatever would actually listen to some of these things that I talk about. Maybe sometimes they should listen to the things that I have to say over here. It's not, obviously we know I'm not going to debate anyone, but maybe they could just come and hang out and learn something sometime. I don't know.
This way or that way. And she says, well, F the EU, we're going to do this. And sure enough, the fascists, the right sector, the pro-Nazi elements in the Maidan protest stage an armed uprising, overthrow the government in Kiev, which is what started all of this. And who's the new prime minister? Yatsenyuk, the guy who Victoria Nuland names in the conversation with the U.S. ambassador to Kiev a week or two before. So
Johnny was Vosh. I'll name names, fine. That's who it was. There was a very weird experience. There was one week where he was just kind of showing up all over these different streams. I think he showed up in Left Flank Vets. He was in this chat for a while. And then just disappeared without a trace, never to return. And became an enthusiastic pro-NATO supporter afterwards.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thank you so much. 27 months of Bezos bucks from Diego and just an unbelievably generous amount of support for this channel. This channel wouldn't even exist without Diego. I don't think it would. Thank you, Diego. Little Yetz gets a call to jump in the game after Vicky gave him the thumbs up. Again, it's like I talk about, it's the plausible deniability. They've got this small, paper-thin plausible deniability, and that's still enough for a lot of people to still say with a straight face that the U.S. wasn't involved in the Euromaidan. Like, it's just like, I genuinely find it perplexing how you can look at all this like objective information that we have. Not innuendo or conspiracy or leaks or anything. I don't know genuinely how you can look at this like series of documented events and really you do the, like we were saying before, the Westworld thing. Doesn't look like anything to me. It's really amazing. Visiting the grown-up streams, that's right. Yeah, and even if you prove they were involved, they just say it was good. Or the proof comes out 20 years later and they say, wow, that's terrible that we did that 20 years ago. Good thing we're not doing it now, though. Good thing we knocked all that stuff off. Anyway. Like I said, I'm not ever going to debate any of these weirdos, but I do hope that maybe some of them will eventually reconsider their reactionary tendencies. And the fact that they've spent this time and energy supporting the most violent and brutal and warlike empire in the history of humanity. The U.S. empire. Couldn't be me, personally. Couldn't be me.
So she's been there. She's a player. She's a major force and a major architect of U.S. policy. She wanted the coup. She wanted to bring Ukraine into NATO. That, was on the verge of happening. Then she was a major player accelerating the conflict with Russia. She testified in Congress after the destruction of the pipeline of Nord Stream 2 and both the pipelines. I want to play this other videotape, Walter, and let's listen to Victoria Nuland, because when you put this together with what Joe Biden was saying, yeah, we're going to take out the pipeline, basically. We know how to do it. We can do it. Smirk, smirk. It's
sad, like you're pointing out, Johnny, how China and the CPC has become a successful wedge on the left or whatever. That's I think that's really unfortunate. There's a lot of people that I really like and respect a lot that are CPC bad, but from the left people. And I think that's unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate that that's successfully become a wedge issue. Again, like it seems to me like I've been sort of articulating on this show the idea of the U.S. having this hegemonic power and the imperialist bloc, the way that that's being challenged for the first time in our lives, even if you don't agree with every single thing that China does, or if it's not perfect, like the socialism according to you, whoever you are, But I think that's just so exciting now. I think that's such an objectively exciting thing. If you're interested in understanding who has had and wielded global power over the last few decades, and seeing that since the fall of the Soviet Union, there's been no challenge to that whatsoever. The end of history, the endless hegemonic domination of the U.S. and Western style capitalism over the entire globe for our whole lives, most of us. And we're seeing a challenge to that for the first time in our fucking lives. And there's people that are still being like, no, sorry. I can't do it. I think that's unfortunate.
Listen to this or watch this video clip from Victoria Nuland.
I've introduced legislation to make Nord Stream 2 sanctions permanent. In your judgment, do you believe sanctions on Nord Stream 2 should be permanent, or should the pipeline be allowed to be turned on?
Senator, I think Nord Stream 2 is now dead. And as you have said, it is a hunk of metal at the bottom of the sea. I don't think it will ever be revived.
So you don't think it will? So let me reiterate my question. Should the sanctions be permanent as a matter of law, in your judgment?
I don't think it matters one way or the other. I think the pipeline will never come back.
I mean, that's exactly right, Lana, right? It's not about agreeing with everything, because one, who cares what you think? Where's your revolution? And two, that's not how critical support works. Exactly.
So you're testifying you have no objection.
So, Walter, I mean, that's the Republicans and Democrats. We have real variety in bourgeois politics in the United States. You have a very, very, very far right war maker and a very, 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 very far right war maker talking about Nord Stream 2. But the point is, she's basically saying, look, it's gone. It's never coming back. And how could she be so sure it's never coming back? How could she be so sure? Because the U.S. has made a policy decision that Europe, independent countries in Europe, major capitalist powers in Europe, will not be allowed. The U.S. imperialist regime will not allow them to restore normal trade with Russia.
Nope.
Now, let's say the
Not
war
allowed.
in Ukraine ended tomorrow. Let's say there was a new government in Russia. Eventually, there will be, of course. The U.S. is saying Nord Stream 2 and access to Russian natural gas will never be available again to Europe. This is, again, all about fastening Europe and making Europe a dependency on the United States as the United States prepares for major power conflict with Russia and with China.
That's right. And I think associated with this, the United
totally
States
agree,
must be concerned, or at least should be concerned, with how this.
Totally agree. I feel bad for those leftist non-China enjoyers. They're missing out on some very valuable hope and optimism. Seriously. Like if I felt like we saw Naomi Klein a few months ago say, kind of, what was the word she used? A techno-dystopian sweatshop of the world, right? If I was like living in the West and just looking at the future of the West that we're looking at right now, the decline and the slow slide towards fascism, and that's all I felt about the primary challenge to Western hegemony, I feel like that'd be very depressing. That'd be very depressing. I've seen people too that I respect a lot talk about like, well, I support these like Chinese communist dissidents and their vision and their view that the current government is revisionist and no longer building socialism or what have you. And like you can name drop Chinese socialist dissidents who have written about this. You can also talk about the 90 million Chinese communist members currently, right now, who are, if you ask them, I think, engaged in this process of building socialism. So you can look at these, you can kind of cherry pick some dissident voices about this, but you're also basically saying that these 90 million people are just, what, are they lying? You know what I mean? I find it strange. I find it really strange. Naomi K wrote a couple good books decades ago. Well, I mean, I always want to give credit to people that have been instrumental for me in my political journey. Naomi Klein's absolutely one of those people. So always someone that I will have a lot of respect for. But I definitely don't agree on that. And I think it's indicative of a kind of like strain in whatever has passed for kind of like Western leftist thought, where a certain theory has kind of been disregarded. And as a result, it inevitably led to a kind of incoherent worldview, I think, for a lot of people. Pirate Idealist says, I mean, the same people who talk about leftist unity haven't said anything about activism, and Iran have totally ignored Iran. I guess the only thing I truly believe in is opposing state power. Well, I disagree with that, though. If you're a communist, for example, you believe in a classless, stateless society, but as has been articulated by a number of really important people, the state is necessary. As long as imperialism is a threat, you need a state. You can't just have, like, if you're going to claim to build socialism, you can't just give up on the idea of having a state, because you leave yourself then vulnerable to be victimized by coups, by military aggression, by sanctions, all the various ways that Western imperialism asserts itself. As long as imperialism is a threat, a state is absolutely necessary. You need a state to secure the gains of the revolution. Anywho, let's go back to this.
This is affecting public opinion in Europe with regards to the war. There were major demonstrations in several major cities across Europe of thousands, tens of thousands of people
that was settled over
against
100 years
the
ago.
war, against the policy of constant escalation in Ukraine, of sending never-ending arms shipments. So I think that the brashness of the United States, how they're going about this in the most arrogant, imperial way possible, and in a way that sucks up ever more resources in the midst of an economic crisis. I mean, that's starting to have an impact on public opinion in Europe. It may start having an impact on public opinion, or, well, in fact, it is starting to have an impact on public opinion in the United States as well. But I think that speaks to essentially to why the U.S. intelligence agencies are trying out a new excuse for the Nord Stream pipeline, right? I mean, they began by saying, oh, Russia did it. But that makes absolutely no sense. Like you pointed out, Brian, it's their property. The pipeline is their property. Also, the gas is their property, too. I mean, if Russia didn't want gas to get to Europe, they would just stop pumping gas to Europe. They wouldn't have to do a secret operation in the middle of the Baltic Sea. So that's ridiculous. So now they're going to try something else.
I think what you're describing, pirate idealist, is the kind of strain of thought that I see a lot in this kind of online world of like the Twitch left, especially, and also in various other online spaces. But it's something that I have made a point to try and push back on. This idea that like it's kind of like this. It's an idealistic view of socialism or being a communist or whatever. You say, well, I'm a communist, so obviously no one that's in a if you believe in the idea of a communist society where workers own all the means of production and there's no classes and there's no states, well, how can you support these societies where they haven't instantly pressed that button and they haven't instantly pressed that socialism button and abolished their state and abolished their entire class system and abolished capitalism, but it ignores this entire global context of imperialism, which is kind of the prime contradiction that has to be dealt with before this idealistic future can ever come to pass. Like you look at the context of China and why they had to embrace these certain economic policies, opening up their country to Western investment and allowing themselves to become a hub of global capitalism in order to, as Deng Xiaoping put it, build their productive forces. And now you see the way that that's transformed China. And you have to ask yourself how China would have built socialism without engaging in this global system at all. A country that had been decimated by 20 million people dying in World War II and the civil wars around that time. Incredibly desolate, poor, like extremely poor country, extremely illiterate country, a formerly colonized country.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
And you have to understand that a lot of these decisions to embrace, to an extent, capitalism as a mode of production in order to build up the kind of society that they wanted to. When you take in this kind of historical context, you can understand a little bit more why these decisions were being made in the first place. No, you're not a pirate idealist. You're not derailing at all. We talk about this all the time, and this is something that I am kind of passionate about trying to change people's minds on, because I know what you're describing I think is pretty common. And like I was saying, I have a lot of friends that are on the left that would describe themselves as socialists that don't agree on this. And like I was saying, I do think it's kind of unfortunate that China especially has been used as a wedge in this way. On this topic, what's this, Dimitri? Most Western Marxists suffer a deep resentment. They've never experienced a successful communist revolution for some unaccountable reason. All of those successful revolutions have happened in the East. Russia, Bulgaria, Romania, Yugoslavia, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, China, Vietnam, and so on. And none of the few revolutions in the West, from Finland to Germany, were successful. The only exception, Cuba, proves the rule, for the turning of the Cuban Revolution to communism and Russian support happened after the revolution. The resentment of Western Marxists against the successful Eastern revolutions manifests itself in a complex mix of dismissal and unbearable romanticism. As for the latter, it appears in the position that the perfect revolution is yet to come, that it will happen at an undefinable utopian moment in the future. The criteria for what constitutes such a romantic moment constantly shift, depending on which position one takes, but they all remain in the future and have not yet been realized, offer as yet unimaginable qualitative change, and certainly don't need an army. Needless to say, all of the successful Eastern revolutions failed the test, for they inevitably came to grief, were betrayed, fell from grace, turned away from romantic revolutionary ideals. In short, they failed. And the code word for such a failure is Stalin. As soon as a revolution becomes Stalinist, as they all did, according to Western Marxists, then it was not a true revolution after all. The seeds of the failure were already embodied in the moment of revolution itself. That's right. They betrayed the revolution. This is from Roland Bohr. Thank you for sharing, Dimitri. This is something that I always respect about Parenti as well, the way he talks about this as well. You know, that's why I support revolution, even if it doesn't have to be, even if it's not flawless or it's not perfect, you know? They love the Western leftists. They love all the revolutions except the successful ones.
Which is pretty ridiculous, but maybe not quite so stupidly ridiculous. Well, it was just some pro-Ukrainian militia rogue actor that we just don't have control over. You know, we don't know everything that's going on. Maybe they received government assistance at some point, but look, guys, it wasn't us. It wasn't like the CIA.
Yeah. Well, Walter, we're looking at demonstrations there on the screen. Those are demonstrations in Europe. There's going to be a major protest in Washington on Saturday, March 18th. There will be other demonstrations in San Francisco and LA on the same day, the 20th anniversary of the U.S. invasion of Iraq. I mean, when you think about it, 20 years later.
Hold on, sorry. Pirate Idealist, I actually have a video for you. If you want to, I don't really want to get further derailed talking about Iran, but I will link you to my conversation about Iran that I had a couple months ago when those protests were going on with our friend Sina Rahmani. Let me find that VOD right there for you. I would recommend you listen to Sina talk about this.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Really, really interesting guy, and someone whose perspective I really, really value. We had a really interesting talk about Iran and the ways that we were talking about the uprisings that we were seeing and the anti-government protests that we were seeing. And I would recommend you check that out so we don't get too sidetracked with talking about that on the stream today.
The U.S. is crying crocodile tears for Ukrainians on the basis that Russia invaded a sovereign country. Well, the U.S. invaded Iraq. The U.S. invaded Iraq 20 years ago, and they did it as shock and awe. You remember those images of the first night of the war, the bombing? It wasn't like a limited war somewhere else. They were bombing downtown Baghdad. They were bombing the water system, the sewage system. They were bombing the electrical grid. They were making life impossible for the Iraqi people.
It must be said, and I'm sorry, this is not Putin propaganda to say this either, but the shock and awe campaign in the opening days of the Iraq war, Kiev has seen nothing like that. You know, I'm not excusing terrible things that the Russians have done during this invasion of Ukraine. They've not come anywhere approaching to the shock and awe campaign against Baghdad, like against Kiev. With some of the attacks we've seen there, hasn't even approached in any way the severity or the violence of it.
And here we are 20 years later, Bush and Cheney, who ordered the attack based on lies, based on the lies presented by the U.S.
With Colin
media.
Powell again,
They're running
yeah.
around making speeches,
You can
writing
count on
books,
me,
making
man.
speeches, writing
You can
writing
count on
books,
me.
making
You're gonna
lots
have
of
good
money.
old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the gifted sub. We got the goal. We got the goal. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate the support. And thank you, everyone. Although, I am going to keep going for a couple hours here. So, and it is my only stream of the week. So, I love that we hit the goal. Incredible. Very happy. Still, though, if you still want to support the stream, you can continue to do so. And no one's going to stop you.
Being treated as if they're like real statesmen. And, you know, at the time of the war, at the time right before the war, I went to Iraq actually with Ramsey Clark and some other people right before the war. And I had been going to.
Yeah, I would, Pirate Idealist, I would watch out for
You've
Reddit.
just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Gen X Bushy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah, thank you. I would definitely watch out for Reddit as a source of any information about any official enemy states of the United States, either China, Iran, Venezuela, North Korea. Reddit is just simply not a good platform and is very easily manipulated by nefarious interests and has been proven to be. I would try to avoid that. If you want to get information about any of these geopolitical affairs, I would come instead to twitch.tv/Rob Rousseau, the channel that you're currently watching. Okay? I will not mislead you. I will not lead you down the path of reaction or imperialism. And we will have a nuanced and balanced understanding of all these issues, non-reactionary, and we will manage to not support further Western imperialism or Western hegemony. That would be my suggestion.
To Iraq numerous times since the middle of the 1980s. Even before the war, the U.S. was bombing Iraq every day. Every day. I was going all over the country. There were bombings constantly. We were going and sitting with the loved ones and family members who had been killed
in
in
Iran as well. And any time there's any time there's like a protest movement in an official enemy country of the U.S., Redditors are all over supporting it. Hong Kong, of course, was absolutely massive on Reddit. It is interesting, yeah. Well, and you say the way Russia and China lives rent-free in Redditors' heads, and it's true, and like they simultaneously claim to be the most like informed, critical thinking people. That's their whole thing, right? They're the most highly informed, critical thinking people, and we just happen to become completely rabid whenever talking about an official enemy country of the United States of America. But don't worry, we've come to all these conclusions for totally logic-based reasons. Using facts and logic. Reddit is fucking brain rot worse than Twitter. Well, because I think there's less pushback to it. Like all the main subreddits are just completely fucking deranged. Like you go to the Canada subreddit as well. Incredibly reactionary. Go try and talk about China in the Canadian subreddit. In fact, I think I did leave a trollish comment on that. I don't comment on Reddit very much anymore. I did leave a trollish comment about China in the Canadian subreddit. I don't even think I can log in right now. I don't even know what my password is. Okay, fuck it. Mods will probably delete this, but yeah. Does anyone else think China is bad? It's a really brave stance. I know. At least on Twitter or Twitch, you have some people that are pushing back to it. And there are a few good subreddits like Gen Zedong. If you want to actually get information about China that's not in that kind of like extreme reactionary imperialist lens, There's the RCNO subreddit, which is good, but otherwise there's very little actually good quality pushback to any of these narratives. On Twitch and Twitter, you might at least see some of it. The paid CCP mods will probably delete this. Yeah. Thanks for the gold. Jensenong is the only base sub. It is. Anyway.
U.S. bombings are terribly wounded or maimed.
Blocking
we
at
were
the
in
router
Mosul,
level.
we were in Basra, we were in Baghdad. I mean, it was
love
amazing.
Reddit.
It was just nonstop aggression.
I really I feel confident that I can talk about this because I used to be one of these people. Like 10 years ago. Maybe a little more actually now. 10 years ago I was more into Twitter than Reddit, but probably 2011, like between the end of the 2000s and the early 2010s, big into Reddit, this guy. So I feel qualified to talk about this. Carrier Wave, you're as well? Yeah. I think a lot of us came from that kind of Jon Stewart-y kind of background, and I think that's a big crossover. Just some of us grew out of that, right? Some of us grew out of that kind of like very childish understanding of the world. Apparently when you go to Reddit, though, many people did not.
Where are the crocodile tears or any tears for the Iraqi people or for the U.S. soldiers and their families who were sent into this war based on lies? You know, the Lancet Medical Journal in 2010 said they thought even then 1 million Iraqis died who would.
Yeah, and I wanted one last thing to dig before Reddit. I remember the dig versus Reddit wars, Husker. Did you come over? Were you a defector? Were you a defector in the dig versus Reddit wars? And Pirate Idealist says, sorry, I'm genuinely not trying to debate. I hate the debate mentality. I just want to learn from people who are sincere and not grifters. Well, you've come to the right place, Pirate Idealist. I am sincere and not a grifter. I mean, maybe, do I encourage people to pay money to support this channel? Yes, I do. But I am sincere in my these beliefs. And I also hate the debate mindset. I would encourage you to, if you are genuinely interested in learning about these perspectives, hang out a little bit on this channel. Go and look at some of the VODs, plenty of VODs, lots of stuff on YouTube as well that you can look at. I would encourage you to, if you're genuinely receptive to that, to hang out and check out some of the content that we do over here. Yeah, I was a defector, but an early dig adopter. I used to watch its founder, Kevin Rose, on Tech TV when he still went by the Dark Tipper. Wow, Husker, you've been around a while. You've been around a while. Do not speak to me of the old magic witch.
Would not have died otherwise because of the
You
war.
can count on me.
Not all died because they were
to,
shot
talk
or
you through all this.
bombs hit them.
Thank you, Ghost.
But they didn't have access to drinkable water.
To Husker.
They didn't have access to medicine. I mean, all of the attendant causes of human suffering from a war, we kind of know about that. And here you have, Walter, and you know, by the way, Andrew Card, who was George W. Bush's chief of staff, in early September 2002, right, 9 months before the invasion, he announced that basically that the U.S. was preparing for war in Iraq. And they said, why are you announcing it now? And he said, well, you never market a new product in August. You wait until after Labor Day. That's how they were treating it. And I have to tell you, I was in meetings in Washington, D.C. I was the leader or one of the leaders of the Answer Coalition. We were organizing major protests against the coming war. I was in meetings in the Capitol building. Barbara Lee was there, Congresswoman Lee, Dennis Kucinich, and others. And these Congress people, progressive, liberal Congress people, were coming in and saying the public opinion was running. The calls that all Congress people, all senators and House of Representatives members were getting from their constituents about going to like another Vietnam, but this time in the Middle East, the calls were 300 to 1 against. And they were like, this is like, that Bush will never get away with this. Bush will never get away with this because the American people so oppose this thing. And also the people of the United States did not believe that they were being menaced or threatened by Iraq. Iraq was hobbled by 13 years of sanctions. It was surrounded militarily.
But Iraq
it had
has
13,000
smartphones now,
weapons
though, so
inspections
who's to say whether it was good or bad?
over a 12-year period. It didn't have any weapons. And it was still disarming itself right up until the day of the invasion. Actually, there are images. You can go back and look at old TV images. The Iraqis are trying.
Biggest anti-war protests in history were against the Iraq War. Did sweet fuck all. And I remember seeing Corbyn at those, the famous clip of Corbyn at those protests, outlining exactly what was about to happen and being 100% correct. And yet when he got to a point where he was like challenging power in the UK, was treated as if he was this like violent, genocide-loving terrorist supporter. And people in the UK, again, just lapped all this up. And we're like, oh, blimey, this is a dangerous chap. In it. Horrid place, the UK. Who's going to DC on the 18th? I think it's going to be fairly big. I hope so. I would actually really like to go. I don't know. I don't think it's really a possibility for me to go, but I would genuinely really like to go on the 18th to DC. It's one of my big regrets that I didn't go. I remember being very plugged into the beginning of the Iraq War and being against it, you know, and correctly predicting, even as a dumbass fucking 19-year-old or 20-year-old, however old I was, predicting that it was going to be an absolute disaster. I still regret not really going to the protest when it was going on, even though it did nothing, you know. It didn't lead to anything, as we know. But I still feel like I should have been there. Still feel like I should have been there. It feels like the manufactured consent has been way more effective against China than Iraq. I don't know if I'm misreading support, but I see way fewer anti-war voices against containing China. Well, Stick, I think part of the reason for that too, though, is that you can make a more compelling case that China is actually a threat to the United States. Like, I think that was always a tough sell, suggesting that Iraq was in any way dangerous or in any way a threat to the United States. You can pretty easily convince people, though, that China is. Especially now that they're starting to be more forceful in the rhetoric they're using and pushing back on our hostility and our aggressiveness.
Good old Rob to
it's getting easier and easier to convince people of this.
TRRS Sankara.
Thank you, Steve, for the 15 months tier 1. Thank you. The anti-China propaganda is a running start too. And I mean, that's for sure. There's a running start, and it's been ramping up in intensity, right? Ever since the pivot to Asia, which was like 10 years ago. But even I think it's increased in intensity ever since starting to do this show. You know, I've been doing this, 2.5 years. It's been one of the primary kind of storylines in the media that I've talked about. This kind of like increasing narrative, ramping up hostility and tension with China, and creating this space in people's minds to get ready for like this kind of fundamental conflict that's coming. It's probably the main thing that I've talked about over the last 2.5 years. And it has really ramped up in intensity, even just observably in that time that I've been talking about it. And you can't talk about Reddit. Reddit is a big part of that as well. Yeah, and you've got the yellow peril just kind of culturally entrenched. There's generations of that. China has been on the list since 1945. And again, that's part of why you have to kind of give credit to Deng Xiaoping and the post-Maoist period. And that's what a lot of our Western leftist colleagues, and again, some people that I like and respect a lot, identify as kind of like Maoists and use that as the reason why they don't currently support China. But that's part of it as well, right? They have been on the list ever since the revolution and even before. So how do you build socialism if you're under this constant imperialist threat? Unless America thinks that you're on board. Unless America thinks that you have sold out. Unless America thinks you are their loyal ally that's helping their hegemony around the world. As long as America thinks that you're, or believes that you are a essential cog in the global neoliberal system. You know? How else do you do it? It seems to me that's kind of one of the only ways that you can get around that contradiction and not get overthrown and not get sanctioned and not get destabilized. And now that America realizes what's going on, and they're saying, shit, has China been building socialism this whole time? And we thought that they were on our side, and now they're scrambling to catch up. That's what we're seeing kind of right now with the propaganda being ramped up. They're scrambling to catch up, like, oh, fuck, they realize what's happened. And they're struggling to catch up, and I guess that's why I get frustrated. It was the old switcheroo. That's right. And I think that's why I get frustrated by people on the left as well that are still non-China enjoyers. And again, even people that I like and respect, I would put in that camp. You know, because you see this, like objectively, you should be able to see this propaganda campaign ramping up. And the way that this kind of like fundamental conflict is, the stage has been set for it. And there's people that are supposed to be on the left that are still contributing to that. And they'll push back on a few things, and they'll do it from another angle than the pro-imperialist, pro-Western stance, but ultimately, fundamentally, they're still contributing to it. Yeah. Yeah, they had us convinced that the whole siding against the USSR thing. You do kind of have to hand it to them. This is the case that I've been making. You know, you don't have to like every single decision that was made in that process. You do kind of have to say like, oh, okay. That's kind of, some of those decisions are starting to make sense a little bit. You're not going to have some effect on the CPC or Chinese state policy as you don't fucking live there. And your government is only going to use that as an excuse for further aggression. Let's worry about what our own governments are doing. I think that would be my main, when it comes to China or when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. People say, Rob, the people that track whatever I talk about online, they say, Rob, why haven't you condemned this? Why haven't you condemned this horrible crime that took place in this village? Why haven't you condemned Russia's actions? And that's the reality, is that I'm more focused on what my own government is doing. I've been more focused on the role that Canada and the US have played in provoking that conflict before it happened, when it started, and over the last year. Because that's where I live. That's what I have. That's what's, it's my government that's doing that. I can't do anything about make any impact on what Russia's doing. You know, I will talk about the role that we've played in provoking that conflict and exacerbating it and continuing it. Don't like Maduro? Fine, let's get rid of it. It's a matter of your personal taste. That's right. And of course, I don't support imperialism, but I did read on the Venezuelan subreddit that, you know, real actual Venezuelan leftists are against it. So I'm supporting them. You know? Come on, folks. Come on. Same reason I'm more concerned with what happens in Saudi Arabia than what happens in Iran. My government props up the former, so I have interest in stopping that. Yeah, we're Israel, right? Why do you care about Israel and why you don't care about what's going on in Ukraine? Yeah, it's because my government supports Israel. And interestingly, the same people that arm and support Israel arm and support Ukraine, which kind of makes it fundamentally not possible, in my view, to claim that you're against Zionism or support Palestinians while simultaneously supporting the exact same people arming Ukraine. There's the exact same people that are propping up and arming Israel.
Invasion. Actually, there are images. You can go back and look at old TV images. The Iraqis are trying to prove, look, we're disarming. And then Bush starts bombing Baghdad. Shock and awe. The thing that the U.S. government used to try to turn public opinion were the reporters who provided false information about the Iraq War. They were the ones who lied about the coming war with
Ukraine
Iraq.
is like Palestine right
and
now.
we can see some of
Zelensky,
the
I would have
images. This
modeled
is
Ukraine
what
after Israel,
Baghdad
actually.
looked
That's
like.
right. Or I support, listen, Ukraine's being invaded. We must support their fundamental right to defend themselves. And we must send them arms because they're being invaded. That's their right to defend themselves with armed struggle. And that's why I also support arming the Israeli government and condemning Palestinian terrorism. Right? I'm actually going to be speaking in a couple weeks at the end of the month to an actual U.S. senator on the podcast. I won't say who, but someone who I think has tried to carve out a more progressive version of foreign policy, which I've talked about on the show. I have a couple of issues with, so we're going to see how that goes. Because I think I'm going to have to give them a little bit of a hard time over it. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
On the first night, shock and awe, borrowing a phrase from the slave owners who wanted to create shock and awe against enslaved people in the event that they were thought about running away or rising up.
It's not Liz Warren.
Shock and awe. But you had reporters, Walter, like Michael Gordon and Judith Miller, who are writing articles in the New York Times, and the New York Times was publishing these articles, and the American people believed them because they were coming from the New York Times, the paper of record, that Iraq was really a great menace and a great danger. And Michael Gordon is back. He's got a major article.
That's right, if he survives.
We're recording today, Wednesday.
My prayers are
March
with his
8th.
family.
International Women's Day. He's got an article on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. You and I were talking about it. I don't have it right in front of me, but you do, Walter. Let's just read the headline from Michael Gordon, the guy who, had the false propaganda about the Iraq War. And if you have some of the background about what Gordon actually wrote, let's share it with our listeners and our viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a person who's completely complicit with one of the worst crimes of history. I mean, the invasion of Iraq, the completely unprovoked invasion of Iraq, it led to over 1 million deaths.
DJ Chimp, thanks for the 8 months of Prime. Thank you. Mitch McConnell would only be able to communicate with a bicycle bell like the old guy from Breaking Bad. That'd be a great bit.
Over 1 million people died because of these lies, and this guy was a central figure in that. I want to read just a couple paragraphs from a piece that appeared in a periodical called Lies of Our Time. When George W. Bush and Tony Blair made their fraudulent case to attack Iraq, the Times, along with most corporate media outlets in the United States, became cheerleaders for the war, unchallenged government propaganda. Unlike Blair's deceptions, Miller's lies provided the pretext for war. Her lies cost lives. The White House propaganda blitz was launched on September 7, 2002 at a Camp David press conference. British Prime Minister Tony Blair stood side by side with his co-conspirator, President George W. Bush. Together, they declared that evidence from a report published by the UN International Atomic Energy Agency showed that Iraq was 6 months away from building nuclear weapons. I don't know what more evidence we need, crowed Bush. Actually, any evidence would help. There was no such IAEA report, but at the time, few mainstream American journalists questioned the leader's outright lies. Instead, the following day, quote-unquote, evidence popped up in the Sunday New York Times under the twin byline of Michael Gordon and Judith Miller. Quote, more than a decade after Saddam Hussein agreed to give up weapons of mass destruction, they stated with authority, Iraq has stepped up its quote quest for...
I'm definitely going to be covering that answer protest here. Again, I would really like to go. I don't think that I will, but I would like to, but I'll definitely cover it on this show. Like I said, I'm hoping to have Brian come on the program to talk to him. I'm still trying to arrange that, so we're going to see if it happens, but I'll definitely be covering it on the show, but it would also just be good to do like a whole episode that was like an Iraq retrospective and look at, I think, some of the, like, you know, we talk about media analysis so much and the way that the role that the media plays in manufacturing consent for these kinds of things, whether it's war against conflict with China or Russia, Ukraine. But I think it'd be really worthwhile to do a kind of a longer deep dive for 3 or 4 hours on the show one day to look back at the Iraq War, to talk about the consequences of it 20 years later, and to talk about how it happened. You may have to help Brian with computer if you use Discord for that. It would probably be through Zoom. I wonder, because I texted him. Maybe I just need to call the number. Maybe Brian doesn't text. I don't know. I'm old enough to remember not knowing 9/11 was an inside job. Well, Matt, I came around because like I was 19, 18 when that happened. And I think just as like a pretty naive and non-politically or geopolitically informed stoner 18-year-old, I was like, oh yeah, America probably totally did this. Look, Bush, just the basic calculation at the time was like, look, Bush was super unpopular. Everyone hated him. It was a big divided election. Now, you just look at the approval ratings. You got 90% approval. They got their big war. America probably just did that, or at least to let it happen. And then I think when I got into I got a little bit older, I got into the whole like Reddit world. I got into that my ideology of like, well, you know, even Chomsky was really bad on this, talking about, you know, there was that big like anti-inside job movement, and the framing the idea that they were somehow harmful or whatever, to propagate these conspiracy theories, or like tying it together with like the kind of wacko steel beams, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams types. I think I became one of these kind of nuanced Reddit guys that were like, of course it wasn't an inside job. And then eventually as a adult, as like a approaching middle-aged man, I'm like, oh yeah, Bush totally did it. I think I've come back to the position that I initially had when I was like 18 and it actually happened. I'm all the way back around. I'm like, oh yeah, Bush did 9/11. Just the totally like facile analysis. Yeah, the loose change stuff, which was like, yeah, of course, preposterous. And I'm all the way back on it. I owned both Rock Against Bush albums. Hell yeah. I was a patriotic American, supported the war. Yeah. Yeah. But when I was a dumbass 18-year-old, I was like, of course Bush did 9/11. The stock trades before, all the stuff about the Saudis and how they were escorted out of the country. They fucking knew who did it right away. And then immediately pivoted to invading two completely unconnected countries. Like, come on. And now Saudi Arabia threatens to 9/11 Canada, and we're like, oh, those rascals threatening to do another 9/11. Like we all know exactly, right? Who is, I mean, one of America and Canada's closest allies that actually perpetrated this. Tankies probably support the dispute the Warren Report too. Oh my goodness. It is one of these wacky tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. World's biggest, they admit it. Yeah. Fuck Carrier Wave. I don't know if I want to do a whole deep dive on this. Remember that one guy that got real? I was going to do a whole 9/11 truth stream and then I couldn't for some reason. That one guy in our community, I can't remember who it was, got super mad and then just left the community and never came back. I still would really like to do that someday though. A dedicated 9/11 truth stream. Which guy? I can't remember what his name was. I can't remember what his name was. But he was really upset that I didn't do my promised 9/11 truth stream. Just haven't done the deep dive and would love a TLDR from the smart people on here. I mean, it's just like, it's some combination of Did they know it was going to happen? They allowed it. Did they just benefit from it? Like always, there's this kind of plausible deniability, right? It's like they've certainly benefited from it, no question about that. And there's all kinds of suspicious stuff about who they knew exactly who did it immediately afterwards. You know, they were meeting with the Saudis like in the White House on like September 12th, having cigars on the fucking lounge, laughing it up. We'll do a proper deep dive sometime. You know who's good on talking about this is Sean McCarthy on Twitter. Someone whose views I certainly don't always endorse, but someone whose dedication to exposing the truth about 9/11 and the JFK assassination has done a lot of important work. Yeah, and I think all the stuff about the controlled demolition and all that bullshit, that was the kind of like op to make it seem like a wacky conspiracy, the way that they do with the JFK thing and everything else. Condoleezza Rice's presidential briefing from August 2001 specifically mentions airplane hijackings and skyscrapers in New York. Yeah, the Bin Laden determined to strike America memo or whatever. And, you know, now we're doing the thing that I just said I wasn't going to do. Operation Northwoods, folks. Operation Northwoods the memo was given to President Kennedy in the early 60s, which said we're going to use airplane hijackings, attacks, false flag attacks on American soil and on, our naval vessels in an effort to like instigate these geopolitical conflicts like against Cuba in that case. Kennedy says, no, this is a bridge too far. No. Kennedy gets mysteriously taken out by one of these lone wolves, one of these crazy lone wolves. And then lo and behold, there's an attack on one of these military vessels, which then instigates the whole next 10 years of the Vietnam War. And then there's a number of other such incidents that take place throughout the next couple of decades, which turn into just massive handouts and gifts to the military-industrial complex. Redmond was a memo that was never acted upon. Redmond, come on now. Redmond-Barry 1975. Was it never acted on? The question that I would ask was, perhaps it was. Perhaps it was. And indeed, the president that didn't want to go along with it took a little pleasure cruise around Dallas, Texas, had a little bit of a medical mishap on the way. In a strange coincidence. Had a little bit of a medical mishap when his fucking head exploded. during his nice little joyride through Dealey Plaza. Again, one of these lone wolves, though. One of the same lone wolves that blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. You know, which we're seeing footage and images now. It's this yacht. A lone wolf took this yacht and loaded it up with 1,000 pounds of explosives. And when did that? It's just one of these wacky lone wolf types. Let's continue.
Nuclear weapons and has embarked on a worldwide hunt for materials to make an atomic bomb, Bush administration officials said today.
Laying next to his body.
In a revealing example of how the story amplified administration.
Convenient that it was there. Yeah,
the authors included the phrase soon to be repeated by President.
And how that one bullet hit two people like 5 separate times in different places. Oh no, for sure they're getting ready to trot someone out there. They're getting ready to do the Scooby-Doo reveal of who is responsible for this. And again, this was as soon as the Hirsch piece came out, that's when they immediately sprung into action to reveal this. I'm sure they were going to do that any moment though.
In Bush and all his top officials. The first sign of a smoking gun, they argue, may be a mushroom cloud. This is the origin of the lies that got us into the war. It's both the mainstream media and the politicians and the generals all working together. They all collude to bring us endless war.
Colin Powell.
Yeah, and today's headline, Walter, I think from Michael Gordon, is again, now this guy is a liar, right? What you're saying, he lied. He was just, he was actually promoting the lies.
So some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Left Flank Vets, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hello, I am Rob. What's up? Quick question for you, Left Flank Vets. 9/11, inside job or no? Yes or no? Gun to your head. Tell me if it was an inside job. I don't know what that accent was. It was because I was doing that accent a few weeks ago about Biden being tortured by like Russians or whatever. I don't know why that accent was like that. Gotta hear both sides. Outside job, airplanes don't fly indoors. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think bare minimum, it was allowed to happen. I mean, unquestionably, undeniably, they did benefit from it, certainly, right? And that's unquestionable. So were they, that's really the only gray area is, were they directly involved? Or did they know it was going to happen and they let it happen? And what even is the separation between that when you're talking about people that are being armed, like exactly with the Nord Stream pipeline? What is even the separation when you're talking about people that are being armed and trained by the CIA in the first place? You know, even if you're not, if at what point is there a separation at all and you're not directly implicated? If you're arming and training the people that are carrying out these attacks, these lone wolf terrorist attacks. Yeah, what's the difference between a high-paid asset and an operative? Hey, Grom, what's up? Grom, I got your DM the other day about Fortnite, but I was out of town. I'm sorry I didn't respond. We'll get some more Fortnite action going next week. It was out of tune. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you for your valuable contributions to our friends in Left Flank Vets. Let's continue. I don't really know what the deal is with Building 7. I'm not sure. Was that a CIA thing? Was that just like an insurance scam? Some guy was like, fuck, I got a great opportunity to blow up this building that I want to get rid of. I don't know. I've never really thought about it all that much, to be honest. I love the report from 99 with the towers and the crosshairs. That's interesting, yeah. It's like JFK said, they just do that sometimes. It happens. It burned for hours and the foundation was heavily damaged. That to me, like I said, there's always that like conspiracy sect of 9/11 people that got just like intentionally, I think, promoted and was so deranged that it turned people off of asking any questions about it. And that to me has always been a part of that. I just don't really care, honestly. You know, I care about whether the US government was involved in arming and training the people that did it and whether they benefited from it, you know? And all that is kind of just like it's a bit of a misdirection to get caught up in these kind of details. We will do I've been promising doing a 9/11 truth stream for a while, so we will do that. We will do that one of these days.
Of the Pentagon, of the Bush administration,
we'll try to track
of
them
Rumsfeld,
down.
of Cheney,
See if we can get him to come
in
back.
the New York Times. And instead of him being taken down and saying, like, you can't really be trusted ever again as a reporter, he's writing front page articles in the Wall Street Journal today. And what's the main art? It's a beginning of a series. It's a beginning of a Wall Street Journal, I guess, Michael Gordon series. Walter, I don't have it in front of me. What's the headline?
Yeah, that's right, Brian. It's titled, "The U.S. is Not Yet Ready for the Era of Great Power Conflict." And it starts out with essentially with this fantasy scenario where he's interviewing or quoting an Air Force officer. So it goes, a classified Pentagon war game simulated a Chinese push to take control of the South China Sea. The Air Force officer charged with plotting the service's future learned that China's well-stocked missile force had rained down on the bases and ports the U.S. relied on in the region, turning American combat aircraft and munitions into smoldering ruins in a matter of days. My response was, holy crap, we're going to lose if we fight like this, he recalled. The officer, now a lieutenant general, began posting yellow sticky notes on the walls of his closet-sized office at the Pentagon, listing the problems to solve if the military was to have a chance of blunting a potential attack from China. I did not have an idea how to resolve them, said Lieutenant General Hainote. I was struck how quickly China had advanced and how our long-held doctrines about warfare were becoming obsolete. And it just goes on and on like this about essentially how a war with China would go, how it would actually play out, a conflict that would potentially end life on Earth, end human life on Earth, because these are two major nuclear armed powers. And yet here's the New York Times writing almost wistfully about this prospect, or almost with a sense of inevitability, making the argument like, hey, when this happens, the U.S. better be in a position to win.
Yeah, he says in the article, this article is the first in a series examining the challenges faced by America's military as it enters a new international era. It's the era they proclaimed when they said that they're preparing for major power conflict as the top priority. He then goes on, the U.S. military is still more capable than its main adversaries. The Chinese have their own obstacles in developing the capability to carry out a large-scale amphibious assault, while the weaknesses of Russia's military have been exposed in Ukraine. But a defense of Taiwan would require U.S. forces, which are also tasked with deterring conflict in Europe and the Middle East, to operate over enormous distances and within range of China's firepower. The threat is mounting, Michael Gordon tells us. Beijing has, in recent years, shifted the security terrain in its favor in the areas around China. Around China. Not Mexico, not Canada, not around Long Island, around China. In the South China Sea, it has built artificial islands and fortified.
Not only are you not allowed to make unilateral or bilateral deals with other countries, you can't even build military bases around your own territory, or fly airplanes in your own territory, or ships. Have ships. Do you float? Do you drive a ship? What's the word you'd use for that? No. Not allowed. Not allowed. It's too aggressive.
Them with military
installations
they got engines, to assert control over the strategic waterway and deny the U.S. Navy freedom to roam. They're talking about the South China Sea.
Navigate?
They're doing things, Walter, according to Michael Gordon,
we still call it sailing.
Very aggressive because they're trying to sort of assert control over the South China Sea. Again, it's not over the Gulf of Mexico. It's not over, the east coast of the United States. We're talking about China. And what's obvious
China's not allowed to do anything in the
this
South China
article,
Sea. We didn't
again,
say it was
front
okay.
page, the U.S.
That's
is
the
not
global Monroe
ready yet
Doctrine.
for major power conflict. One, it assumes, it wants the audience to assume, this is the most important piece, that major power conflict is now inevitable. And two, the U.S. has to step it up. It has to increase military spending. It has to recruit more troops. It has to introduce new technologies. What? To build bridges in the United States, to repair highways, to build new schools, to make more medical facilities available? No. All for major power conflict. And there's sort of normalizing major power conflict, telling us it's inevitable, and the only thing we can do now is to prepare to win. And major power conflict is going to be where? It's going to be in the East China Sea or the South China Sea, as if the U.S. has the right to bring, as it is bringing 60% of its air power and naval power all around Taiwan, all around China, in preparation.
Oh, God, DJ Chimp. I think you're speaking that into existence. We talked about the Redditors and their support of these conflicts. The Northwest Philippine Sea. Drop any day. Oh, no. No. You're totally speaking that into existence. I believe it's called the North Taiwan Sea, sir. Just wondering when's the last time any U.S. Navy or Air Force pilot has had a second thought about flying near or over to Puerto Rico. Never? Okay, got it. Yeah. No. And of course, America would also be totally fine if China was pumping arms and building military bases in Puerto Rico, which is not a U.S. state, right? It's not a state. Or cute, say nothing of Cuba. I'm sure they would be totally okay with that. Time to take down West Taiwan by the North Indonesian Sea. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Redditification of our foreign policy. Eventually there will be a historic Redditor Secretary of State. They'll be able to enact these brave policies. U.S. should start talking about coming to the aid of Mexico after the U.S. threatened to invade. Yeah, why not? America's made it clear that they think that that's a totally acceptable way for countries to engage with one another. The PogChamp Strait. Yes. Yes.
For major power conflict. The reason I wanted to do this show, Walter, and I think it's so important that we are doing this show, is that we have to listen to the voices in the media and not trust them. We have to hear the voices in the mainstream media and not trust them. To understand the U.S. capitalist corporate-owned media is not journalism, that this is, in fact, a propaganda arm for the Pentagon and for the ruling class establishments in both political parties, and they have decided that we're moving towards major power conflict. Right now,
I check the headlines to figure out the narrative. Well, no, I think we've talked about a number of times. Western media, although Brian's absolutely correct, you shouldn't trust a word they say. You can still learn a lot by paying attention to what they talk about. Right? You can learn a lot about what the elites of our society, the people that run the military-industrial complex, what their designs are. And you can do that while simultaneously not believing a fucking word they say.
We are moving towards major power conflict, not because Russia wants it, not because Russia is taking over Eastern and Central Europe, not because China is menacing the United States, but the United States believes, the U.S. policymakers believe, and this is their consensus position, which is why it's reflected without criticism in the corporate-owned media. They have decided that the only way they can retain complete U.S. hegemony, dominance, is by exercising.
It's fun to trace the funding of the think tankies and the NGOs they quote. Yeah, it's fun when we do it on this show, Carrier. And our friend Amanda actually just put out a piece about this, which I will actually link right now on that subject. Our our friend Radio Free Amanda, who's one of the absolute one of my favorite people who covers this exact subject. It was a pleasure to be able to talk to her about it on this show. Has this piece right now, Liberation News. 6 warmongering think tanks and the military contractors that fund them. Sorry, that part got cut off. Amanda is goated. I agree with that.
Primacy over Russia and China, threatening them, creating pressure cookers inside their own ruling parties, and hoping that those parties split apart under the pressure as the Soviet Union.
I mean, it's just, sorry to keep interrupting the video as well, but it's always amazing whenever we watch the news footage, like on this stream, for example, and then they bring on some think tank ghoul to justify or to talk about what China's doing or what Russia's doing or whatever, and just click. And it's always very fun to just pause the footage, click, Google the name of the think tank, and just looking at all the defense contractors that fund them and how preposterous that is, and how that's what gets passed for like our media analysis about these places. We bring in this Raytheon sponsored think tank ghoul whose job it is to manufacture consent for, my job is to manufacture content, manufacturing consent for these kind of global conflicts. And they get presented as the experts on our mainstream media. Yeah, just look at the tax documents, who the board members are. And like I've said before as well, while a lot of these think tanks are funded by the military-industrial complex, Raytheon and Northrop Grumman or whatever other big contractors funding them, where are they getting their money from in the first place? Where are they getting their money from? Raytheon, the U.S. government. That's who. From these massive, endless contracts they get from the U.S. government. But remember, there's this plausible deniability. Of course, the U.S. government doesn't fund these think tanks. Of course, they do fund many of them. Of course, the U.S. government doesn't fund these think tanks. We fund Raytheon, and then Raytheon funds the think tanks. It's totally different. It's a completely different thing. Let's finally get through this video. I've been interrupting it a lot.
Did break apart in the late 1980s. And so the U.S. is telling China, basically, we're getting ready for war with you. It's going to happen not near us. It's going to happen near you. It's going to happen in the East and South China Sea. You can't stop it. We're going to move forward. And they're hoping that the American people stay on the sidelines. And one of the reasons I wanted to do this show 20 years after the Iraq War is to say, look, we have to expose the capitalist-owned media. It's not simply an interesting device to share information. It's certainly not journalism. It is indeed a propaganda arm of the war machine. And as we move forward, as we move towards the 20th anniversary, as many of us get ready to be in the streets in Washington, D.C. on Saturday, March 18th. And by the way, we now know that Noam Chomsky will be one of our featured speakers at the demonstration. As we move forward and prepare this new anti-war movement, we have to understand the gravity of this. When you have these propagandists like Michael Gordon coming back and telling people, get ready for the next war, but it's not a war with Iran.
Subutai Sword says, when the Cold War ended, there were over 50 different military-industrial complex type companies stratified through several subsidiaries. Now there are just 5 large companies. And that's why on this stream, on TRRS, we support Senator Liz Warren's efforts to bring back the more mom and pop military contractors and to push back bravely against these monopolistic tendencies in the military industrial complex and ensure that there's a lot more people that are allowed to get involved in this grift there. Redmond, Chomsky, a 9/11 denier and a JFK denier. 2 historic Chomsky L's. I'll tell you that much. I still admire Chomsky a lot. You just outlined 2 big, huge Chomsky blind spots, though. And, someone that we look up to and admire a lot in this stream is Michael Parenti, who has some really great stuff talking about JFK and specifically calls out Chomsky and people in his kind of tradition for their kind of heads in the sand approach to talking about these things.
Iraq, it's a war with China and Russia, nuclear powers. We have to understand, indeed, the gravity of the situation. We're going to keep following this story. You're listening to the Socialist Program. We were joined today by Walter Smolarek, our colleague. Walter, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Well, great stuff from Brian Becker, as usual. I really hope I will really try to get Brian on the show sometime next week. I'm gonna have a big week next week. Hopefully we can get Brian. I don't want to guarantee it, but I will remind people as well that on the 15th, on March 15th, the lads from the Deprogram Pod will be joining us. Ugopnik, and we'll see who else. I'm not sure who else is going to be joining us, but we'll have a Deprogram crossover on, what did I say, the 15th? Yes. Just give me one second. It's getting a little dark in here, folks. I'm just going to turn on some light in the corner there. One moment. I'll be right back. A little bit better. You know, now would be a great time to... Do I have the time? Here's the question. I'm going to be here for another hour and a half, and this speech is like 2 hours long, this Parenti speech. But I have wanted to, for a long time, watch this Michael Parenti speech, Anti-Sovietism. Really interesting to watch this speech in the context of a lot of these discussions we've been having on this program. Speaking of goated, yeah. We could start this. I do just have to take like a brief time out just to like go to the bathroom and like stretch my legs. Just when I got up just now, I had some rear end discomfort. Not to get too into the details of that. But I would like to maybe walk around a little bit, go to the bathroom, etc. Not like that. Just to number one. That's not what I was suggesting. The discomfort is purely from sitting in this chair for so long, and that's all. But I think this speech could be really good to look at in the context of a lot of these discussions we've been having about the role that the media plays in manufacturing our consent, to use the Chomsky term or to use the Parenti term, inventing reality. And a lot of the stuff that Parenti talked about, the role that the media plays, is incredibly pertinent to all of these same discussions that we've been having right now when it comes to China or when it comes to Russia and Ukraine or when it comes to any of the way that the media acts in promoting these kinds of like imperialist narratives, you know, going back to Iraq or whatever. I will remind folks as well to please support the channel if you can. This is my only stream I'm doing this week. So I know I have hit the sub goal. I am going a bit longer today. This will be the longest stream in a while. I'm here for another at least 90 minutes. So if you can, please support this channel. If you like this content, like Brian was saying, we do need to push back on these mainstream media narratives and try to articulate to people why and how they're being lied to and who's doing the lying and who's benefiting from it. That's one thing that I try to do here on this platform. And if you support that, the only way I'm able to continue to do this commentary here on Twitch is through the endless, boundless generosity of the people in this community. So if you appreciate this content and you support it, you want to see more of it, please subscribe or give subs to the channel. It's very, very helpful, and I appreciate it a lot. I was thinking of saying, see, when you set like if I get to X subs, then I will do Y, it becomes embarrassing if you don't get there, right? I don't want to make any kind of big claims about things that I will and won't do. Let's just say that if we got over 60 today, I could be inclined to maybe sing a little song. That's all, okay? I'm not saying anything officially. I'm simply saying that if that goal were to be reached, perhaps I could be convinced to maybe throw on a backing track of some kind and to sing a little song.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Pussycat dolls.
Thank you, Ghost, for the 26 months of Tier 1 and for all the support. I can't even remember that one big Pussycat Dolls song. What was that? Was it Buttons? Don't Ya was one? Yeah. Buttons, yeah. I remember that one. Was not a bit, Ghost, I love pop music. Right? You know that. Can't say I was on board the Pussycat Dolls train. Unfortunately. Anyway, let's watch, or at least we'll try to get through it. I got another 90 minutes. Here. But I think this is going to be so pertinent to everything that we talk about. I think this is a part of the speech that we have not
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Perfect Speller, thank you very much for the 3 subs. First gifted 3 in the channel. First gifted 3 gifted subs in the channel. Thank you, Perfect Speller. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Inhabiting the old chaos zone there. Anyway, let me put this on. I'll go stretch my legs a little bit. I'll go to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a moment. All right?
Democracy for the few and the reality, the politics of the mass media
to talk you through all this.
Slub to rib.
JJ, thank you very much for the sub as well. 4 months of Tier 1 from JJ. Got bored. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Directly relevant to his topic tonight. We are very happy to have Dr. Michael Parenti speaking on anti-Sovietism in the media, an obstacle to peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we've ever watched this one.
Very nice to be here, and thank you for braving the snowstorm to get here. At least I did. I assume you did too. So, while American anti-communist and anti-Soviet policies have been portrayed in the media and by government as being understandable defenses against the Soviet. Did I do something wrong here? Just want to get this. Move it back a little bit. Just move it back.
The war with the microphone. That's one of the famous ongoing parental.
No, it's just I couldn't see half the audience with it.
You see, you've been plagued with leftist audio for
always
generations.
have to.
It's
Certain
not a new
concessions to the
phenomenon.
media, always. Okay, there we go. Right. As a threat to Soviet aggrandizement, that is, that they were defensive responses to something called the Cold War, and that Cold War started in 1946 or so when Russia proved itself to be an expansionist and menacing power. That's the standard scenario. In response to that aggrandizement and that menacing, we alerted ourselves to the Soviet menace, and we educated the American public to that menace, and we reacted to it with the NATO shield, with the armaments, with interventions in various countries, the Truman Doctrine and all that stuff. Now, very recently, the American Historical Association published a set of documents that were rather intriguing, which they got out of the State Department under the Freedom of Information Act, which shows that people in the State Department never believed that the Soviets had any intention or any interest or any capability of invading Western Europe in the late 1940s or in the 50s or 60s or today, for that matter. But nevertheless, and it's a kind of mind-blowing thing for that generation of us who were raised in that post-war era and heard constantly about the Soviet menace in Europe and were treated divisions of Soviet troops marching into the Arc de Triomphe and all that sort of thing, and told that what we needed above anything else was a NATO shield. What I want to point out tonight is that anti-Sovietism began well long before what was called the Cold War and long before the Soviet Union became the kind of power it is today. It really goes back to a time before there ever was the Soviet Union. All through the 19th century, you will find that the press, joined by the pulpit, the politicians, the police, the professors, and the plutocracy, all of them propagated this picture that American life was facing a certain danger, and that was the danger of syndicalism, socialism, radicalism, anarchism, communism, all of which tended to get lumped together as one great danger to the American way of life. Any proposed departure from the capitalist social order was characterized as a departure from all order itself and a plunge into anarchy. Thus, as early as 1880, Roscoe Conkling could hail President Ulysses Grant. Roscoe Conkling was the boss who made Ulysses Grant, but anyway, he could hail him then as, quote, an eternal foe of communism, lawlessness, and disorder, lumping communism with disorder and lawlessness. So that any move toward another social order, an alternative social order, is really characterized, or rather the end of the capitalist social order, as I said, is characterized as the end of all social order. Capitalism was equated with true Americanism, while socialism was depicted as a kind of an alien virus that affected the American body politic. In fact, by the way, in late 19th century, probably some of the most powerful socialist movements, most active movements in the world were going on in the U.S. Certainly some of the most militant worker struggles were going on, enough so to catch Marx's attention. Marx wrote to Engels, he said, what's with the American workers? It's rather unusual, rather massive strikes. Well, then came a most remarkable and most significant historical event, which changed the course of world history. And that was the Russian Revolution of 1917. The specter that had haunted Europe, the specter of communism, was now being realized, was being embodied. Here was not just a workers' rebellion, there had been many workers' rebellions and many workers' revolutions. Here was one that succeeded and took over a rather large country. And there's a remarkable correspondence that took place between Secretary of State Lansing and President Woodrow Wilson, in which Lansing wrote that the Bolsheviks are wanting in political virtue.
What was the...
They would preach to the common man that one could reach an elevated height by dint of political means rather than by hard work. This would be a most unfortunate, I'm paraphrasing from memory, this would be a most unfortunate example to the common man in our country and other countries. They were very much aware that this revolution that had taken place had torn the fabric of bourgeois history. There was now a different kind of social
Reagan
force.
Cold War was wild. Well, that's the thing that I've been
actually
repeatedly pointing out as well, right? Which is that we're heading down that exact same path right now, and all these same Cold War tricks are ramping up again. Yeah, choking victim. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. All these same tactics are ramping up again. And that's why I think Parenti is someone that I've kind of latched onto, who's been incredibly helpful and valuable in order to understand these kind of trends. And I take a lot of inspiration from Parenti, who's someone who boldly continued to support these ideals and continued to stand up against this kind of like climate, even when it was immensely unpopular to do so. You know, it's going to continue to be immensely unpopular here to continue to have these arguments over the next couple of years, and it's going to get even a lot harder as the tension ramps up even more. Even if it ever devolves into actual, real kind of violent conflict, it's going to get even harder, and we have to be inspired by people like Michael Parenti who are able to stand by their ideas regardless of how difficult that was. Time did prove Parenti right. He was vindicated by history, definitely.
Taking over and commanding state power. By the way, is this being videotaped? Did you say it was? I was wondering why the cameras. I mean, I couldn't see a camera, but I see the lights blinding me. If I'm going to suffer the lights, there better be a tape. That's all. Otherwise, shut the lights. Oh, okay. Well, there is video being made. You got all that on tape.
Good job, Mike.
What can you do? So from the very beginning, they saw a threat. It wasn't Stalin's divisions. It wasn't Khrushchev's missiles. Long before that, when it was a country which itself was then invaded by 14 Western capitalist countries, including the United States, to overthrow this newly instituted Soviet government, from the very beginning, the Western leaders understood that this was a threat. Not a threat to democracy, because half of them didn't have any democracies themselves, and they felt perfectly at home instituting brutal colonial rules throughout Africa, Asia, and Latin America with no concern for democracy. Not a threat to the world's stability in the sense that this was going to cause further wars, because the worst and most vicious wars were being fought among the capitalists themselves for markets and colonies and such. They were the destabilized. It was a threat to capitalism. It was a threat to that process of capital accumulation, which is the substance and mainstay of this society and every other capitalist society. It was presenting an alternative social order, one which used the land, the labor, the technology, and the capital of that society, not for the private capital accumulation process, but for social needs in a planned manner, which, with all its imperfections and problems, was decidedly and still is a different kind of way of organizing your political economy, a different kind of society, and the end of a capitalist class society. The propaganda war against the Red Menace then intensified soon after the Russian Revolution. I want to quote historian Robert Murray in his book, The Red Scare. Anti-Bolshevik testimony was played up in the columns of the nation's newspapers, and once again the reading public was fed on highly colored tales of free love, nationalization of women. By the way, that was a common story in the media in those days, that Lenin nationalized women. And women were put on nationalization. They became part of public ownership, and you can... I don't know exactly how that worked, but nationalization of women, bloody massacres, and brutal atrocities. Stories were circulated that the victims of the Bolshevik madmen customarily had been roasted to death in furnaces, scalded with live steam, torn to pieces on racks, or hacked to bits with axes. Newspaper editors never tired of referring to the Russian Reds as assassins and madmen, quote, quote, human scum, crime mad, and beasts. This is Murray. In the aftermath, by the way, of World War I, some rather extraordinary things were happening in the United States itself. 2 million workers were on strike, including 500,000 coal miners, 350,000 steel workers, and immediately the press began to link the domestic unrest to the Soviet menace, to, after all, delegitimate the domestic unrest.
What they were really mad about is that for the first time the USSR made women legally equal to men. Yeah, I mean, women's rights advanced so much faster and further in the USSR than ever was happening in the US. I talked about this a couple months ago, but I remember I saw a really interesting kind of historical artifact a couple months back. This condescending letter. Some like little girl in America wrote NASA a letter about how she wanted to be an astronaut. And they write her this fucking condescending letter in response, being like, no, we're not going to have women astronauts, but we literally like that you're following space stuff and not just doing like normal girl activities. Of course, there's not going to be a woman astronaut, but like we think it's really adorable that you're doing this. Meanwhile, the USSR was actually putting female astronauts in space at that time. Or as our friend Hoja said as well, the sacred edict of women's rights. You know? We're far, far ahead of us in the West in promoting women's rights. Because they nationalized women.
To alarm the public with sensational headlines like, quote, Red Peril here, quote, Planned Bloody Revolution,
yeah, typical step
quote,
guy, yeah.
Want Washington government overturned. A special Justice Department publicity bureau was set up. Very interesting. And its function was to plant stories in newspapers about a Moscow-directed plot to overthrow the U.S. government. By the way, that process is still going on. I mean, U.S. government agencies are still planting stories, feeding them to the media about anti-communist
now they just go on MSNBC
FBI has done that. The CIA is forbidden by law to do it, but they do. The CIA often plants the stories
the CIA guys
abroad,
going on TV.
and by what's called a process of blowback, the story gets back into the U.S., they'll plant a story. That story they planted of
that's the
Cuban
progress we've
troops
made
massacring
since in the last,
innocent people in
30, 40
Angola,
years.
villages in
They don't
Angola. It
even
was a
have to plant
total CIA
stories anymore. Now you
disinformation
just get
fabrication story.
John
planted
Safer or whoever
in
else
Western
is
Europe. It
showing
gets
up
picked
on
up in
TV,
newspapers, and then U.S.
telling
journalists
people
and
what
wire
to
services
think.
pick those stories up, thinking they're from independent journalists, and we're treated to them here. So the CIA indirectly plants here. So there are people who do this all the time. There also occurred at that time a Justice Department action. Raids. The Justice Department, assisted by state and local police, hit concurrently 20 cities, hundreds of raids, arresting
They're running
thousands
in
of
the Democratic
leftists,
Party.
including many trade union militants.
they're the hosts,
key
so they're
organization
married to
working at
that,
that time was a group called the Special Bureau of Investigation under a young Georgetown lawyer. In 1919, this was named J. Edgar Hoover. It was later changed to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But as early as 1919, Hoover was
And they plant
doing
stories
this
as
sort
well.
of thing. He had quite a
And
long
we're seeing
career.
that in the New York Times right now with the Nord Stream pipeline stuff.
To these raids, in which hundreds of people were deported without any due process, thousands were thrown in jail without any due process, the New York Times hailed the Palmer raids with this headline: Reds plotted countrywide strike, arrests exceed 5,000. The Philadelphia Public Ledger greeted the Boston police strike, which occurred soon after that. Bolshevism in the United States is no longer a specter, meaning it was a reality. And the Wall Street Journal headline screamed, Lenin and Trotsky are on their way. Now, there was a nightmare. There was something very frightening happening. But the nightmare wasn't revolution, it was reaction, and it was a real one, and the job was done. Under the Palmer raids, under the combined force of industry, government, and press, the major strikes were broken. Wages were driven down, the open shop was restored, and the ranks of the unions were decimated. And profit levels were secured. The government industry press campaign against the Red Menace continued all through the 1920s into the 1930s, and intensified in about 1936, 37, 38. Again, as the struggles of the CIO and industrial workers intensified, so then did the red-baiting hysteria about Moscow-directed plots, about Reds infiltrating our institutions and our life, and that sort of thing. At the same time, by the way, this contrasted very sharply, the media's treatment of the Bolshevik menace at home and abroad contrasted very sharply with their treatment of Mussolini and Hitler, both of whom were treated rather positively. Mussolini in the 20s, absolutely gushingly, a strong man who would shape Italy up, get the trains running on time, and put things in order. A fascist who was a solid patriot, who would get rid of the forces of disorder and anarchy, roll back the Red Menace.
Yeah, he's a little bit
which is why he was treated so
but he
nicely.
seems like he might be a good
Hitler,
thing.
Hitler was a man who had ideas full of a lot of bluster and shouting, but really not as mean as he sounded. His anti-Semitism was mostly for display.
Even beyond planting stories, the media will consult three-letter agencies to anonymously sculpt stories that are coming up that are critical of some aspect of state violence. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the other day, Genghis Khan, on this show, the whole narrative about China and Chinese election interference in Canadian democracy. Now, that's all entirely sourced by contacts and sources, anonymous sources in CSIS and the intelligence apparatus. And then when CBC and Global News talks about these stories that come out, they bring on people from CSIS to comment on it. It's amazing.
There was a whole Give Adolf a Chance school that arose in American journalism at that time. Give Adolf a chance, he'll do okay. What Hitler and Mussolini did when they came into power, and by the way, I document that more fully in my book, Inventing Reality. I have about a page on that. I don't want to go into it now.
I really need to.
What they did when they came into power, one of the untouched subjects in modern American scholarship on fascism, the obsession today is who supported Hitler, who gave the support, who was behind them, and what never seems to be dealt with, the key question, is what did they do when they came into power? What interests did they support? And what they both did, what both Hitler and Mussolini did when they came into power, was abolish all independent trade unions, smash all opposition newspapers, throw political opponents into jail, round up and murder large numbers of them, cut wages by 1/3 to 1/2, increase increase investments in military spending dramatically, increase cartel profits, cut inheritance taxes for the rich, cut taxes for the rich. In Italy, child labor was reintroduced, and roll back a number of other protections and democratic gains which labor had won, such as Social Security insurance, occupational safety laws, and abuses which the Italians had thought they had eliminated over a generation before returned to the work site. So fascism was a very regressive and costly thing for the working class, and was not supported by that working class. The business-owned press, therefore, not surprisingly, while denouncing the Soviet Union as a menace to civilization and all that was right, manifested an open admiration for fascism.
The election interference wasn't enough BS to sell Canadians. I just watched a CTV news segment on secret Chinese police stations in Canada, whatever that even means. I've been talking about it a lot, this narrative in Canadian media, and it's absolutely like wild shit. And again, it's always sourced just to like CSIS and the intelligence community. And I've talked a number of times how that's basically the role of Canadian mainstream journalism, is just to act as stenographers for the security state and CSIS. And that's literally what they do. They go to their little conferences, and CSIS tells them what to say, or the security state guys, and they just go and write it up in the newspaper. They just write little press releases for these people. And it seems like as well, yeah, Pierre is going to be PM. It does seem like there's a concerted effort right now to undermine Trudeau because he's not being hawkish enough. The Liberal government's not being hawkish enough, and they're not on board enough with the coming pivot to like direct confrontation. That does seem to be a actual honest narrative that is going on right now in our media at the moment.
Fascist Italy, and the kind of cool and rather warm tolerance for giving Adolf a chance in Nazi Germany. After a while, as both of these countries showed themselves to be aggressors against Western capitalist interests, after a while, then opinions began to get a little more negative in the press toward them, after Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia and Hitler's threats directed toward the West. But to the very end, don't forget, Western diplomats were never unkind to Hitler, even after they got into a war with him. There was what was called the Droll War, or the Sitzkrieg, instead of the Blitzkrieg it was called. That is the Sitz struggle, no fighting. There was very little fighting, because what they still expected, and what they still wanted, was for Hitler to move east and to attack the Soviet Union, which indeed he did, and which indeed became the major focus of World War II. 7 out of every 10 German soldiers who were killed in World War II were killed fighting on the Eastern Front. The Soviets alone had over twice the number of divisions committed to that war than all the Western Allies put together. To
just think about whenever there's people that constantly try and promote this narrative that the Soviets and the Nazis were allies, and talk incessantly, take all the other context about the Nazis in World War II away, the way that they were supported by Western elites like people in the New York Times, or business elites like the Bush family or whoever. Take all that context away, all the ways that like America and the Western countries didn't want to get involved in an anti-fascist alliance with the Soviet Union, and they focus exclusively on that Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And then also ignore, not only do they ignore all the context prior to that, then ignore all the context that took place afterwards of the Soviets literally defeating the Nazis and driving back the fascist menace and saving the entire world in the process from the fucking terrible threat of this evil spreading across the globe. So that's their understanding of this historical context. This one specific sliver of time, and everything that happened before or after is just completely forgotten or totally rewritten.
The major fighting was there, and the victory was pretty much won in the East. It was not, if you recall, until June of 1944 that the Normandy invasion took place, and the war ended in July or May of 45. So the European battles really were less than a year. The anti-Sovietism then that we saw in the press continued throughout the 1950s and 60s. very strong in the late 40s, by the way, when the Cold War, again, very much like in 1919, 1920, when the Cold War was heated up in 1947-48, you also had a full-scale attack on the CIO and a red-baiting attack of the CIO, and Taft-Hartley was passed, and the stipulation of Taft-Hartley was that Reds in the unions had to be purged. And the CIO, to demonstrate its anti-communist credentials, purged some 4 million of its own unions, unions which amounted to a membership of about 4 million, kicked them out of its own unions, and turned to the bosses and said, see, we've done that. We're now free of the communist-dominated unions. And in fact, there were unions that had communist leadership. You have to say communist-dominated. The impression is of some kind of coercion. What was meant was that communists worked and organized and fought very hard in those unions and brought unionization to workshops in very tough situations and bettered the work conditions of workers in those unions. Those unions were kicked out in the labor movement because the people in the CIA thought that the reason the bosses didn't like them was because they were communists in the unions. And once they got rid of the communists, then we would all be friends. And once they got rid of the communists, then the bosses really stuck it to them with Taft-Hartley and began busting their shops.
It's amazing because you see the same thing play out internationally and domestically, right? Just as soon as you drop the communists and purge all the socialists, then you can deal with us. And they say, okay, fine, well, we did it. And it's like, well, now we can totally fuck you, because now you don't have any socialists organizing to fight back against us. So there you go. The AFL-CIA purged the communists, and then what happened? Yeah, we're talking about, like earlier, talking about Russia giving up on socialism and abolishing socialism, and then with the USSR collapse. Now can we be part of the special club? And it's like, no, you can't. Now we're going to really fuck you, because now you don't have an actual political ideology that's countering us in any way. And you don't have people that are going to fight back against what we want to do to your nation.
It wasn't that they were communists that was offensive, it's that they were unions, and those unions were cutting into their profits. Those unions were taking a larger portion of the wealth that the worker created and giving it back to the worker. And that means less for the guys at top, less for the Mellons, the Morgans, the DuPonts, and the Rockefellers. And to this day, you better remember that it's not whether you're a communist or not, it's whether or not you take any stance that's in a progressive direction which threatens the prerogatives of capital. And if you turn, you say, we've purged ourselves of the Reds, that's great. What you've done is you've done your enemy's work. You've cast out people who are fighting the same cause as you, and you've weakened yourself. And once the CIO did that, the CIO never recovered. In 1947, 35% of the workforce in this country was unionized. Today, it's down to 18%. After they purged their unions and amputated themselves to please the bosses and prove their anti-communism and maintain their credibility, you see, as good Americans, they really got it stuck to them, and they have never recovered that momentum and that power that they had from the 1930s to the early 40s.
Yeah, much lower today.
All of this was hailed.
When you see that, you look at a chart of union membership going down like that, and you see share of wealth going to the top 1%. They're literally just like completely linked, these two phenomenon. Yeah, and left labor movements are suppressed in Ukraine too, not working out so well. Yeah, we're seeing what happens when Ukraine has completely jettisoned whatever remains of their former, like the proud legacy, the beautiful legacy of Ukrainian socialism. And how even whatever remnants of that system were still left standing have now been completely annihilated and abolished throughout the course of the last year. Yeah, now not even one sick day. Now you don't even get one sick day, even when it's the most pro-union president you could ever have. Yeah, good job, guys.
In the press as a great victory for Americanism. During the brief period of détente, 10 years, not such a brief period, the press's treatment of the Soviet Union was mollified, and generally, the anti-Sovietism never disappeared. Portrayals of life in the Soviet Union always continued to be portrayals of drabness, dreariness, joyless, people manacled to a system that they did not want, restive, oppressed populations, monochromatic, totalitarian. Not pluralistic like us. By the way, pluralistic America looks like it's voting for English as an official language. Totalitarian Russia publishes books in about 120 languages. There are about 16 official languages. There's one nationwide language, which is Russian, which is used everywhere. But you go to Soviet Azerbaijani, and you could see street signs in Azerbaijani. You could see films in Azerbaijani. You go to Georgia, the Georgian film industry
or in Uyghur language.
It turns out hundreds of films a year. You can see television in your native languages.
Or in Tibet.
You have poetry, culture, art, theater in your native languages, including Yiddish.
Like in all those free Tibet, where they're sending Tibetan children to these schools where their culture is being genocided and their heritage is being destroyed, and you see all the Tibetan language written on the walls. It's the same thing, isn't it? Not like here in Canada or the US, where we really respect all these different cultural differences. Like, it's so preposterous.
By the way, there's Yiddish theater and Yiddish literature in the Soviet Union. You tell me where there's Yiddish theater and Yiddish literature in the U.S. Few places in Brooklyn, Flatbush maybe, and that's about it. It's died. Well, when 6 million American Jews assimilate and no longer speak Yiddish, this is called a victory for assimilation and Americanization, and is so hailed. When 2.5 million Soviet Jews assimilate and less of them speak Yiddish, this is called the crushing and the death of Yiddish culture. In fact, Yiddish culture...
This is why I thought this speech would be interesting, because you see these different parallels to the way these exact same narratives are being used today in the new Red Scare, the new Cold War.
And even Hebrew culture is more alive in the Soviet Union than it is in pluralistic America. In pluralistic America, we're told, why don't you learn to speak English? If you're here, you should all speak English. All the signs will be in English. If you really carried that, I wondered how far you could carry that. A sushi bar would have to be called a fish and rice bar, wouldn't it? It's a foreign word, Japanese word. Taco would have to be called something else. Beef and crust pie or something. And pizza is not an English word. Pizza will have to be changed to tomato pie. But it looks like in California, all the Spanish signs will be taken down and English will be safe. And safe in pluralistic, diverse America, where we have a cultural diversity and freedom. That, by the way, I think points out something. That what the function of our portrayals of Soviet society has been is to be kind of like an inverted mirror image of our own problems. As the U.S. economy in the 70s sank deeper into stagflation, stories began to appear about worsening economic conditions endured by the Soviets. The message was, no matter how bad we have it, they have it even worse. In fact, Jack Anderson said that in his column. We may have it bad, but they have it even worse. And it was a column on inflation. As inflation reached double-digit levels in the U.S., stories about inflation in the Soviet Union began to appear in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, U.S. News and World Report. A closer reading of these inflation stories, which the average reader doesn't give, but if you're writing a book on the media, you give them a closer reading, as I did, revealed to me that, and you'd have to get down to paragraph 13 or 14, that basic necessities in the Soviet Union, such as food, rent, transportation, medical care, and education, were strictly price-controlled and subsidized by the state and had not at all been subject to any kind of inflation. What was the inflation? Generally, it was on luxury articles like automobiles, caviar, vodka, expensive clothes, and things of that sort. In September 81, the New York Daily News ran a story, headline, "Soviet Prices Soaring." That was the headline, with a subheading that read, "Gas, booze, cost comrades a pretty kopeck." Love that. Hey, I love that kind of journalism. That's what you call your upbeat. Only in the last two paragraphs of that report do we discover that prices were actually lowered or held steady on most essentials, including food. The price of bread in the Soviet Union has not changed since 1928. The price of riding on the subway in the Soviet Union in Moscow is still 7 cents or 5 kopecks. And it's quite a ride if you ever go to the USSR. I took it, except I was too terrorized I couldn't read the signs.
You were fixing bread prices.
Why? They learned to write. What was that? Steve Martin said when he trip to Paris, he said, "We go all the way to Paris. You'd think they'd have the decency to speak English to us." But we still hear, by the way, stories about the troubled Soviet economy. The Washington Post writes that the Soviets are suffering, quote, production difficulties in the oil industry, and the Kremlin is trying to prepare the population for a period of uncertainty and difficulty. In fact, heavy industry production in the Soviet Union has been doing well. Production growth is no longer going 11, 12%. It's down to more like 4 or 5%.
We do have to, listen, we love Michael. We love Michael. We do have to, chuckle a little bit, though, about how some of this is a little bit of copium from Michael, who is kind of trying to... It's 3 years before the Soviet Union totally collapses, and Michael's still kind of going no, but it's still doing okay. Unfortunately, not so much the case. But we love Michael, though. I would be doing the same thing. If TRRS existed in 1986, I would have been doing the exact same thing. I'm not going to pretend that I wouldn't. Let me talk you through all this. Trust me, the Soviet Union is not going to collapse. No. It's not going to happen. Right up until the day before. It's called revolutionary optimism.
There's another remarkable thing. Last year, that economic recovery we had in this country was a remarkable economic recovery, because I picked up the New York Times financial page and it said 1% growth. Recovery slow. I said, I'll say slow. 1% growth is recession. 1% growth is a slow, and it said, but steady and hopeful recovery. So when the U.S. economy has a 1% growth, that's a slow but steady recovery. When the Soviet economy drops from 9 and 10% down to 4%, this is called a crash and a failure of the economy. Again, you see, the facts do not really speak for themselves. It depends on how they are
framed. I didn't really talk much about Georgia. We'll see how that escalates or changes, Grom, over the next couple of days, and I'll talk probably about it more when I come back on Monday. I mean, it's the same old thing, right? It's like people will say, you got to respect the democratic legitimacy of the Georgian people. You're going to call this a color revolution? There's people that are out there really just clamoring for their own democracy. And as I've talked about, even in any color revolutions, of course, there's people that are legitimately there with legitimately held beliefs and legitimate grievances that do want to be part of the EU or whatever. Of course, when it gets talked about in our media, and of course, we have the imperialists placing their fingers on the scales as well. Obviously, when it comes to these kind of places that are going to destabilize our enemy. But that is also the thing where it's just you don't have to agree. If there's people that are just completely of their own volition, democratically organizing to, expand the influence of NATO or the EU, well, it doesn't, whether they're paid shills for the CIA or not, I still don't support them. I don't support the EU. I don't support NATO. I don't support the CIA. So regardless, I'm not going to support people that are democratically organizing to clamor to expand these institutions. These are not good institutions. We should not be supporting them. I will save this video for next time so I don't get too off track, because I only have a little bit of stream left. I'll try to keep getting through this video.
Wages of Soviet miners and
They're
payments...
protesting a law that simply labels foreign-funded outfits as foreign-funded. I see. Well, you can't have that. You can't have that. We must support these people in their democratic quest. Who cares who the U.S. and these big Western-linked institutions benefit from it? That's what we have to support them. We actually don't, really. We don't.
To pensioners were recently increased. Wages in general have climbed 41%, real wages, since 1970, along with benefits for maternity leave, aid to large families. None of the media has seen fit to publicize these facts.
No, I did not.
Likewise, none of the news media has publicized the fact that every Soviet citizen is guaranteed a right to a job, and there's no unemployment to speak of, that every Soviet citizen has the right to change his or her job, that Soviet men can retire at the age of 60, and Soviet women at the age of 55.
That would be nice.
In fact, they do retire. They're required to retire. You then receive a pension, and you are then allowed to get another job if you so want.
Unfortunately, a lot of people that were benefiting from these kind of policies, even people that agreed that this Soviet system they agreed with it being abolished. A lot of these folks didn't realize that they were actually giving this up. These people that were benefiting from this system being in place, who could retire at 60. Who did have access to free education and healthcare. They were like, wait, we don't get to keep those things? What? When the Soviet Union collapsed. They were like, Huh? Yeah, they got Brexited. That's right. You hate to see it. You really do.
That you talk to the average Soviet citizen, unlike the average American citizen, and including people in fairly affluent incomes, they're not sitting there in fear of, will I be able to maintain myself in my old age? If you want to know what's on the mind of many Americans, not just blue-collar workers, I'm talking about friends of mine, a woman I know is in realty who makes $70,000 a year, a friend of mine who's a shrink and makes $100,000 a year. You know what's on their mind? What's going to happen to me when I retire? What's going to happen to me when this income ends? Will I be able to maintain my standard of living? Will I still be able to go out to a restaurant and have a vacation now and then? Will I end up in that furnished room with the naked electric bulb over me? It's an image that haunts people as they get up there in years. As they said, middle age is when thoughts of passion turn to thoughts of pension. Well, in socialist society,
there were places in the Soviet Union that had mandatory vacation. Mandatory. It wasn't even just like, oh, do you or do you not have vacation time? It was literally just like, if you do not come to work, stop going to work. You're going on fucking vacation. I don't care if you just sit at home. You're not coming to work. Stay at home. Or you can go to one of these like subsidized resorts in the countryside or whatever that we've made available for everyone. If you don't want to, fine. Don't come to work though. We don't want to see you for those 2 weeks. You know? But that's not real. Real freedom is when you fucking work 360 days of the year, even when you're being exposed to a deadly viral pandemic. State mandated gaming time. There we go. We're authoritarianly forcing you to go on vacation. Exactly. Very scary stuff. Very, very scary stuff. Or forcibly educating women, forcibly teaching people how to read. Very scary. Scary stuff, folks. In Soviet Russia, vacation takes you. Yeah, there we go. I hate it when the KGB throws me in a van and drives me to the Crimea to swim in the ocean and sit under a commie umbrella. Awful. Awful stuff.
I talked to my friend Otto Jorg from the German Democratic Republic, GDR, and I said, do people in your country and do you fear a retirement the way people here do? You worry about will you be able to maintain yourself? He said, no, not at all. He's by the way, head of the GDR News Bureau in Washington. And covers news and works awfully hard. He said, I'm looking forward to retirement. He said, quite the opposite. You envy them. You walk by and you see people sitting around and they're smiling and laughing, and they retired, and you've got to go off to work. You envy them, there isn't that kind of...
During your 2-week holiday, then you're fired for 2 weeks. Then you're rehired.
One of the essence of capitalist society is insecurity. The essence of capitalist society is that you must keep going after that wage. If you don't keep going after that wage, then there's no exploitation of the wage earner. And so one is never really secure here unless one has very substantial wealth. And even then you worry that there may be revolutions that will come and take that wealth away from you. No joke, the governor of New York State some years ago sent in the state troopers in Attica, you remember? And the state troopers went in there and massacred. It was called the biggest massacre of Americans by Americans since Wounded Knee, 1890. And they went in there, and when they turned to
I tried to work during my state-mandated vacation, and they threw me in an unmarked van and deposited me at a remote Georgian sanatorium. Please liberate me. Terrible. Yeah, don't get me started on the universal health care either.
Governor Nelson Rockefeller, and they said, why did you do it that way? Why did you send those troopers in with blazing guns killing these guys? The prisoners had rebelled and they taken hostages, but the prisoners had a few skivs and a few clubs, and that was it. They weren't really armed. The guys went in there killing. They even killed some of their own guards, 7 or 8 of their own guards, because they went shooting so wild. And Rockefeller's answer was, they were revolutionaries. They were preaching a doctrine of revolution, and who knows where that could lead? The governor of New York. And who has more to fear from a revolution than a Rockefeller? So it's a very real thing, even for the most wealthy. The specter of revolution.
And Bernie Sanders was becoming popular.
The American public was not told that every Soviet citizen has a right to free education to the highest level of her or his ability, that they have free medical care, which is something the U.S. citizens do not have. There's still about an estimated 40 million Americans who have no medical coverage of any kind, and millions of others who think they have comprehensive coverage, who, when hit with a serious illness, find that they go bankrupt anyway. These are tough things to hear. I mean, this flies right in the face of everything that we have been taught. And Soviet citizens have subsidized housing and transportation. As hunger increased in the United States, stories began appearing which said that the
some
Soviets
leftist
are
based in
unable
Canada.
to feed
I
their
was
people.
turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
James from the internet, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, Raiders. Get in, Raiders. I'm Rob. Hello, nice to meet you. Please smash the follow button. Join the community. If you want to chat, you got to smash that follow button. Right now we're just watching this Michael Parenti speech on anti-Sovietism in the media from 1986, which I think is very pertinent and to our current kind of climate when it comes to the kind of the new Red Scare that we're living through right now, the new Cold War, the escalating kind of rhetoric about China, and the way that our media covers really any official kind of state enemy. So Michael's commentary, always very pertinent for this, but this speech in particular is good for this. Thank you, Floppy Copier, for smashing that follow button. Which book are you going to show them? Well, how about this one from our friend Michael Parenti? Right there. Highly recommend this one. Speaking of powerful speeches, how about FVV last night? He really did go in, didn't he? He really did. Also read the late USSR. I can understand the optimism because there wasn't an actual guarantee that it was going to collapse until it did. I think Gorby's reforms were the final nail before that happened, but it wasn't something most people predicted or wanted, and the USSR economy wasn't fatally fucked until after Glasnost and the Politburo reforms. And it's true because even after Gorbachev, though, there was still like an actual coup. Like it was still people in the country, by and large, the majority of people didn't want to get rid of the system, but it was undemocratically forced. Like, we should also mention that, right? That it didn't just collapse on its own. It didn't just collapse because it was bad, but it was like it was a completely undemocratic abandonment of their kind of guiding principles of the previous several decades. Which, as we've talked about, destroyed a lot of people's lives, and even people that were, having a hard time under that system, because it was obviously there was problems, especially in that later period. Problems with bureaucracy, problems with supply chain, problems with all kinds of things. But then even people that supported a shift to a new system didn't realize that they were giving up a lot of these really important social policies, education and healthcare that they had come to rely on, or vacation time, like we were talking about. Anyway, let's continue this video. Thanks again for the raid, James. I appreciate it.
Quoting Dan Rathers on there. NBC, CBS reported this. Flora Lewis in the New York Times said their economy is falling apart and they are unable to feed their people. They need our grain. The sales of grain to the Soviet Union are probably the best publicized, best propagandized grain deals in the history of Western trade, of world trade. The truth of the matter is that the Soviets raise more than enough grain to feed their people, but what they have been doing in the last 20 years is converting increasingly toward larger supplies of meat and dairy, which in the Soviet Union and in the West is mistakenly treated as an improved diet, despite the scientific evidence which shows that a higher meat diet is not necessarily the best thing for you. Now,
the standard of living dropped further than ever even when they were being invaded by the Nazis during World War II. Yeah, as we've talked about, Johnny, it's like a world historic human rights calamity. That we can't, you can point to whatever bureaucracy or issues there were with the Soviet Union, but like, you just see this line of how you could measure people's quality of life, and every single measurement just falls off a cliff as soon as that moment happens. That's not a coincidence.
Nevertheless, meat consumption in the Soviet Union has gone up substantially. It takes 10 pounds of grain to produce 1 pound of meat, and that's why they import grain. They use it almost all for fodder and for the production of meat and dairy. The idea that the Soviet Union can transform its country from a nation of half-starved peasants, illiterate workers, and whatever else, into a nation of scientists, engineers, technicians, artists, intellectuals and whatever, that they could do that without an adequate agricultural base is really, when you think about it, is really not logical. They have agricultural production problems because only...
It's funny, too, all that stuff about increasing people's quality of life. Like, how did Michael put it there?
Transform this country from a nation of half-starved peasants, illiterate workers, and whatever else, into a nation of scientists, engineers, technicians, artists, and intellectuals, and whatever.
You know, that really is a really important thing to talk about, right? This process, this incredible process of socialist transformation took place, whereas we saw in the West, this process take place from feudalism to capitalism took hundreds of years. The Soviet Union went from this backwater feudalistic country to this industrial global superpower, like Michael's saying, filled with technicians and artists and intellectuals, engineers, in an incredibly short span of time. It's an incredible accomplishment. And I'm just trying to remember. There's that one Soviet leader, that prominent Soviet leader that was the leader of the Soviet Union for a lot of that period. What was the name of that guy? It's escaping me right now, but really you have to imagine that's someone that was leading that society during that time of incredible transformation. Well, that's just a pretty incredible accomplishment, isn't it? No matter what other context there might be around that. It's a pretty incredible thing. Can't quite remember the name of the fellow that was in charge during that time, but I'm sure it'll come back to me at some point. But whoever it was, though, must have been, you got to hand it to them. You just have to hand it to them. It's a pretty incredible accomplishment. Some might argue a world historic accomplishment.
That they could do that without an adequate agricultural base is really, when you think about it, is really not...
Nobody got ground beneath the wheels of the economy when the Western nations industrialized under capitalism. Of course not. No, it was completely non-violent, and everyone's lives just all got better. As we all remember.
Logical. They have agricultural production problems because only about 8% of their land is suitable for agricultural usage. Most of it is either too arid or too arctic or too cold. And so they got shortchanged while they're very richly endowed on other resources, minerals and oil and all that stuff, and timber, and probably more than any other country in that sense. They are poorly endowed in agriculture. The most richly endowed country in the world in agriculture is the United States. There is no place on the globe where you get this stretch of temperate land, going from Appalachia clear across to the Rockies, and then on the other side of the Rockies, all that western coast, a huge continent of agricultural land to be able to produce. There's no place in Brazil, which is jungle. There's no place in Africa. There's no place in Europe that has that stretch of real estate that can produce crops with the richness and abundance that our country does. Although that richness and abundance is being depleted by mass agricultural methods, which are destroying the soil and losing topsoil and all that sort of thing. That abundance may be in for a crash eventually, but at this point I'm just making comparisons there why we might have a wheat surplus and why they may import wheat for meat. That kind of story, whatever else you think about the Soviet Union as a society, you don't have to like them. You don't have to say, well, I prefer living here. No one's asking you to move there. What we're asking you to do, though, is to develop an image that's a little better than the Reader's Digest image. To develop what psychologists call differential object appraisal. To not see a simple stereotype and understand that it's a very complex society which has had a very harsh history. It has not maybe developed the institutions that you might like that exist in Sweden, with nice little opposition parties and all that sort of thing. It has not had the luxury of Sweden's history, but it has a history of its own, and it has accomplishments of its own, and it has a humanity of its own, which should be looked at in something better than the evil empire cartoon image that we have of the country. And we should be able not only to make critical remarks about the Soviet Union, but we should be able to countenance positive statements about it. And that is what the U.S. press cannot do. You cannot find in the U.S.
I agree, Dr. Maggot. I will always and forever be... That was a big part of my socialist transformation myself. Transitioning from a Virgin Chomsky guy to a Chad Parenti guy. Now the video got hung up. 4108.
of the country. And we should be able not only to make critical remarks about the Soviet Union, but we should be able to countenance positive statements about it. And that is what the U.S. press cannot do. You cannot find in the U.S. media a positive statement about some social development or social formation in any socialist or revolutionary country. That's simply not what you can find. I mean, of any significance. I mean, I could take that back and say, I did read an article about 4 years ago about the bus system in Budapest, where they said it was a very good bus system in Hungary. I mean, occasionally, I read an article once in the New York Times about 6 years ago about the Sandinista government in Managua and how they wanted to plant trees in Managua and refurbish the city with a lot of trees. And not without any negative or snide statement in it, just a straight story about that. Occasionally, something like that will come in. But generally, the overall thrust is this ideological pounding that we've been getting again and again. And what we have to do is be less selfless. We have to be more selfish. We are too selfless. We are too concerned about whether other people hear both sides of the story. Do the Russians hear both sides? Do the Cubans hear both sides? Do those Chinese hear both sides of the story? We have to start really asking ourselves, being a little more selfish and be concerned about ourselves. It is your mind that is getting boxed in by your media. It is our minds that are being affected. This is our struggle, and we have to ask, do we hear both sides? Do we have access to other areas and other sources of information? By the way, that question came up in Reykjavik. Do you remember Gorbachev made the statement that while we were supposedly there for an arms discussion, President Reagan turned the whole matter to a question of pluralism and our society and their society, and why don't you have things open? And we said we would stop jamming your radio messages if you would allow access of our radio messages. We said, Gorbachev saying, we have taken your movies in, why don't you see some of our movies? It's true. You can go to the Soviet Union and see American movies. When I was there, Soviets were all lining up to see Tootsie with Dustin Hoffman, which was a very good movie with a very intelligent script in it. Gorbachev could have gone further. He did. I agree, Lana. He could have talked about books.
Yeah,
he could have talked about novelists. When you go to the Soviet Union and you hear them talking about American novelists, and you realize nobody in your group could name one novelist. When you go to the Soviet Union, as I did as head of a delegation of economists and political scientists, and you turn to our guide Natasha, who had a PhD in economics, and some of our guys turn to her with that look of compassion and supplication as you would to anybody who is deprived, and you say, Natasha, do you get the chance to read any Western, any American economists? And she said, well, I read Schumpeter and Samuelson and Magdoff and O'Connor and Milton Friedman, even reactionary. And they all said, oh. And then she said, have you read Navroshka, Bartoshka, Boruska, Baraska, Bolyoshka? And of course, they hadn't read these guys, and none of us read them, couldn't pronounce it, didn't know who she was talking about. But we were concerned as to whether or not she was, and that's true, by the way, through all the social sciences. What I would like to do then is explain something about this anti-Sovietism. I believe it persists because it's very functional. It fulfills certain very real functions in the existing class society. For all its pretensions at neutrality and objectivity, the truth of the matter is that the press doesn't operate in a social vacuum.
I've been having a lot of beverages.
It's not only closely sympathetic to the corporate class and the ruling elites, it is part of that class. I mean, the major media in this country are themselves part of corporate America and corporations. They're owned by the same wealthy interests that control the rest of the corporate world, that invest in the third world, that were threatened by the Russian Revolution in 1917, and by every other revolution from Nicaragua to the Philippines to Attica. And so they generally present a ruling class perspective. They are for multinational corporations. They treat multinational corporate investment in the third world as a good thing. That's something that will supposedly uplift these people, not take their land away and use it for cash crop export, not exploit their labor and pay them 20 cents an hour. No, not that, but something that's essentially good for those countries. They are for capital and against labor. They are for capitalism and against socialism. They are for the status quo and against revolutionary change or any reformist or fundamental change of any kind. And this class bias frames much of what they do and how they see things. And it operates as a relentless propaganda theme, but also not just as an explicit propaganda theme, but as an implicit assumption and a conceptual framework. Keeping that in mind, I'll offer the following conclusions. One, the Red Menace theme that is so assiduously propagated by the ruling elites in this country is neither a foolish fantasy nor a product of mass hysteria. Those quotes about Lenin and Trotsky are on their way. That's not hysteria, although its goal, one of its aims, is to produce fantasy and hysteria in the minds of the mass of people. Two, that red menace, that hysteria, is not a mass thing. It doesn't come from the masses. It's something that is fed from the top down, as I said at the very beginning of my talk, from the pulpit, from the police, from the professors, from the plutocracy, and most strategically from the press, and certainly from the government itself. The press often, by the way, is just the purveyor of this. You know, the leaders get up and they say, this is happening, that's happening, the Reds are there, the red bear's at the gate, and all that, and the press dutifully and uncritically reports that, and so they've got whatever is the new line. The people didn't suddenly just get up and clamor for a red witch hunt. The people didn't suddenly just get up and say, oh, let's arrest all the trade union leaders in 1919. There was no mass demonstrations of the people saying, get the Reds out from among us. The people didn't call for the return of Cold War II. The American people didn't call for an increase in military spending and the cuts in the human services.
Some of them
that was something that was done from the top down. So that climate of opinion, that climate of confrontation, that climate of threat is created from the top down. The second point is the existing social order does face a serious threat.
We've moved past this whole Red Scare propaganda.
Not from without, but from within. Not from communists, but from within the capitalist system itself. From its unresolved crises of underemployment, overproduction, stagnation, inflation, poverty. And by the way, inflation was still with us. We had inflation as a problem under Richard Nixon. 4% was considered inflation. That cuts into your real wages. In 10 years, 4% can knock out about half your income. Your real earnings. Today it said Reagan solved inflation because once it got up to 12 and 13% and it got back down to 4, everybody says, oh, inflation's been solved. Unemployment used to be a problem when it reached 4, and when it went anything over 3 or 4%, we started saying we had an unemployment problem. Today, once unemployment got up to 12% and is now down to 7, it's being treated as, okay, 7% is an acceptable thing. And that's the official count on unemployment. And the official count means that if you work a couple of hours in 1 week, you're counted as unemployed. If you work 1 day of that week, you're counted as employed. So there's a tremendous unemployment. There's a tremendous problem. They've got problems they can't solve. They've got an economic crisis. And they face demonstrations, opposition. They face problems of legitimation. They face these things, massive strikes, much more massive than you think. Right now, how many people know that there are 22,000 steel workers out? Not on a strike, actually. They're locked out, but the press always calls it a strike. Even when management locks out workers because they don't want a contract, don't want to negotiate, won't give them a contract, it's still called a strike, generally. Now, this red menace that's propagated by the military, industrial, governmental, and media complex, that's what I call it, serves the function of telling people that it's worse anywhere else. One of the first things you will hear is, where is it any better? The Soviets have it worse. If you go around and lecture, I'm dealing with the subject right now, but generally I might talk about Reagan.
Yeah, America's bad, but Russia and China are worse. So that's the extent of some people's analysis.
Economics. Talk about any subject. Almost the first question you get is, talk about the Russians. What about them? It's worse there. It's worse there. So why criticize here? And you could say, maybe it is worse there. And by the way, I don't think that the evidence indicates that in terms of economic conditions. Maybe it is worse there. What the hell's that got to do with you here? I mean, if you had abuses...
And also, why is it worse? Why is it worse there in those cases as well? Does Western imperialism playing a role in ensuring that it remains worse there? Perhaps Soviet socialism would have advanced even farther than what it did advance to if they hadn't spent so much of their vital resources building nukes to keep up with the arms race, which was started and promoted and propagated by Western imperialists and the United States. That's an important question to ask in that as well. Not only is it better or is it worse, but why are things the way that they are? If they're having difficulty, making sure people can get to this higher standard of living, why is that?
And problems here at University of Massachusetts, would someone get up and say, it's worse at the University of New Hampshire? Which it probably is. But what are you supposed to say to that? You're supposed to go, oh, that's okay then. Oh, then let them double my tuition because they're tripling it in New Hampshire. Oh, that's all right. Oh, then we shouldn't complain.
In the Quebec student protests as well. What are these Quebecers protesting for? I'm in Alberta and I pay way more tuition. What are these lazy Quebecers doing? This is how we're trained to have zero social solidarity in our whole society. But I have it worse. Why are they asking for something better? This is bullshit. This is what the boomers do as well. But I had it worse, even though they didn't. They fetishize having things worse, even though they had everything fucking handed to them. I had it worse. Why should these people be asking for something more? That's our individualism, and that's the kind of like ethos that we preach to people and we force into people's minds from the moment they're babies. Yeah, or exact same for the student debt. Exactly. Yeah. For sure. You can't. I paid student debt. Okay. Congratulations. Good for you. Yeah, it's really frustrating to always see that happen.
But that's the first, I tell you, man, you can go anywhere in the country now, that's the first question that'll come up. Where do you think it's any better? Now,
I don't care.
I think it's better in Cuba, where I injured my leg, a very serious injury, my Achilles tendon, and I went to a hospital, and I got an operation, and nobody gave me that examination you get in the U.S., the first examination you get when you go into an emergency clinic, and you can be bleeding from 3 places, the examination of your wallet, to see if you got medical coverage, and if you don't, you're sent to another hospital, you're dumped on the public hospital, which may be across town while you're still bleeding. It was better in Cuba where I got that operation, and I didn't have to pay a penny, and I came back here with a cast, and I tried to get an orthopedic doctor, and I couldn't. And I could pay. I said, I'll pay. You don't understand, I'll pay. And they said, oh, we know you'll pay. We don't take any other kind of patient. But they were all booked. And I finally got some guy who just came out of medical school, and I hobbled into his office, and he looked at the cast, and he said, leave it on another week. That's $50. I can tell you that's $50. I never resented paying $50 so much. It was better in Cuba. In a poor country, I got good medical care. In a rich country, I'm treated like a beggar and a pariah.
What's that prominent Twitch streamer as well, who was at one point a Marxist-Leninist, but I guess went to Cuba and was like their drunk friend needed some medical attention, and the nurses were like slightly rude or were smoking cigarettes or something, and that was enough to convince them that socialism was bad, actually. Something like that. Yeah. And I don't want to name any names there.
It was better in Cuba, where I didn't see any kids with swollen bellies and hungry and begging.
Today, Johnny.
I didn't see any people begging. It was better in Cuba than it was in Washington, D.C., where I live, and I walk down the street and I see people in total misery and disorientation standing there begging for food, begging for money, sleeping in hallways. I see that in the richest country in the world. That's where it was better. And when you talk about freedom, that's freedom. And when you talk about oppression, that's oppression. Sleeping in a doorway is oppression. You want to know what oppression is? Then sleep in the doorways of the land of the free and the home of the brave, and you'll know what oppression is. You want to know what oppression is? Then think about the guys who sit there wondering if they're going to blow their brains out because they can't pay the mortgage on their house and they can't feed their kids and they see the whole thing falling apart. That's where it's better. And those are real things, and that's part of freedom. Now,
it always strikes me as the biggest discrepancy as well, the biggest contradiction. The way that we lecture other countries about our free and our beautiful economic system that promotes all this prosperity, and you just look around at any major city and see all the desolation and the misery and the people living in the absolute fringes of society, in total squalor, right on the street. And then they still uphold this vision of our economic system as being superior to a place like Cuba or to a place like North Korea, two places where they ensure that people have shelter, and they do everything they can to ensure that there is no homelessness. And then not only do we see those people and still uphold this idea, this fucked up and diluted idea about our economic system and how superior it is, we literally go, oh, get away from me. And we blame them. And we say, I feel unsafe. I need to go vote for an even higher police budget this year. I feel unsafe because of these people. And people can hold all these ideas simultaneously. I think that's really amazing. About that freedom, the free, non-authoritarian society that we live in. But yeah, we got to, of course, call the cops on these homeless encampments. It's making me feel very scared.
The military, you don't know. The Red Menace, that's propaganda, though, tries to direct popular discontent. Don't think you got it bad because it's worse over there, you see. And also, there's a menace out there. And don't make too much waves here. We are in very serious times. What does Reagan do in his 6 years? What has he been doing? He has been distracting people from the real issues of their lives. He has refused to talk about human services, about underemployment, about the crises of the cities, except occasionally to make a little quip, like the other night where he talked about some guy who was living in a $36,000 rental in a welfare hotel. And saying, that sounds pretty good to me, not pointing out that the price was a ripoff on the government, which he should have been looking at, and the guy was living in a cramped, crowded, dirty little room in that hotel because no one else would take him anywhere else. And for all those years, what has he been doing? He's been telling you about Gaddafi, and terrorism, and the Soviet menace, and the evil empire, and our defenses, and this, and that, and out there, and over there. Rally around the flag, forget the realities of your own life. And this is what the ruling elites have to do. They have to continually, strenuously bring us back to the fantasies of their world, because the people keep floating off into reality. And that's a problem for them. The people keep floating off concerned about jobs and homes and the education of their kids and their medical bills and that sort of thing. And so that's what he's been doing, and that red menace is very important for that function. It is very functional. Yes.
Okay, I mean, it's an hour into this speech, this 2-hour-long speech, that I think is a good place to leave it for today. That's a good place to leave it for today, I think. And I will revisit this. I think this is super important to watch this speech, given all of this is so pertinent to everything that we talk about on this stream and have for the last 3 years, you know? So we will return to this next week when I'm back. How do you even add videos? Oh, Jesus. How do you even add videos to favorites anymore? I think I can find this again. I'll give it a like. That was great stuff, though. I feel fired up, too. Again, it's just so pertinent to everything that we talk about. It's so pertinent. I should get going soon. I got a podcast in 20 minutes. I was thinking about live streaming the whole podcast thing, but maybe I'll skip that today. You got to be like Michael. That's right. You got to be like Michael. I hope people enjoyed the longer stream today. Remember, this is the longest stream that I've done in quite some time. Almost 6 hours. Would have liked to have gone to over 6, but 5.5. Not bad. Not bad. The longest stream that I've done in quite some time. Again, I'll just make one final push. If people do appreciate this community and appreciate this commentary and want to see more of this commentary on twitch.tv, please smash the subscribe button. Join the community. Gift subscriptions. Join the friendship triangle system.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Perfect Speller, thank you for the 100 friend coin. Thank you. And I wonder, listen, before we go, I'll just show a little video to promote this community, to explain to people what this community is about. As soon as I find it, I'll find it in one moment, any moment now. Again, if you're a first time watcher, if you're a lurker,
Thank you.
If you don't know what this channel is about and this community is about, let me tell you, I got a little video here for you, a little onboarding video for you. So please, if you can, subscribe to the channel, help support the work that I do here on twitch.tv. Every little bit helps a lot. And of course, as I'm going to outline in this video, it has a number of positive benefits to our community members as well. Would you like to know more? Here we go. And getting over 50 for this long stream would be cool. Right? That would be not so bad. This is why I didn't want to set any if we do X number of subs and I do Y. That's why I didn't want to fuck around with that. Because then it puts you in an awkward position. Anyway, here's the video. Here's what the community is all about.
thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only two-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access and trickle-down clout, tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community, where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the Chaos Zone and all the way into the Elite tier. It's not a cult.
It says there right in the video. It's not a cult. And thank you, Bon Bon, for the gifted sub. And thanks, Mikey1545, for the 2 gifted subs as well. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
And thank you, Mustache Imperial, for the 100 friend coin. Thank you. Thank you to Mustache Imperial.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Prayers up for Mitch McConnell.
Heck yeah, thank you, Ice Tray, as well. Our thoughts and our prayers do go out to the McConnell family right now, of course. Would hate for anything bad to happen to that old guy. So, couldn't agree more. I was just wondering if this was a cult, so I'm glad that was clarified at the end. I mean, it's clarified. There's that text right at the bottom as well, you know.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
In case that was not clear to people. Kensai, thank you for the 100 friend coin as well. Thank you. Oh boy, what a generous group of folks. What a generous community. I really do appreciate all the support, folks. There is a hype train again now. I don't know if I have the energy to make it through that. I got a podcast in about 15 minutes. And I've already been talking and streaming for almost 6 hours.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Oh, thank you, Lana. I appreciate the 200 friend coin from our friend Lana, aka the Freak Museum, another streamer that everyone should give a follow to. As always, very happy to have you in the community, Lana. Also, a couple of other elite streamers I want to give a shout out to. Brian, aka Lennon Smesh, Johnny, aka Subversive History, as well, who I encourage everyone to subscribe to as well if you enjoy this kind of subversive content. And we have Matt from Unelectable Airwaves, who I don't know if is still around, but I would give them a recommend as well. And our friend Dan Simpson, who rated earlier. All high quality streamers that get the Rob seal of approval. I mean, I guess I could just keep this rolling for a few more minutes. Just silently. There's no harm in that. And James from the internet as well. Of course. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. Have you been at the gym this whole time, Lana, or did you cancel that? Let's see who we've got here. So that's all for me for this week, folks. Again, it was just a one time only stream this week. I will be back on Monday, though. I'll be back to my full-time schedule on Monday. And there's plenty more to get into, plenty more to talk about. Plenty more tomfoolery to get into. That's right. Oh, good. That didn't work at all? Good. I'm trying to raid our friend Bloodberry Tart. Okay, that worked that time. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's all about. We're going to get right back on our malarkey. That's right. The tomfoolery, the shenanigans, the malarkey. We're going to be hitting it all. Hitting it all. Starting again on Monday, and I'll be back. I'll be back to a full-time, five-time weekly streamer that you know and love. So thanks again, folks. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around all day. I'll talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend. I'll see you in the Discord server if you're in there. If you're not in there, you should join the Discord server. And that's all. So goodbye. Take care. See you soon. Rob out.